Good morning, everyone. My name is Olivier Silla. I'm the head of department in charge of CEF here at CINEA, and I would like to welcome you to this information day on the Connecting Europe Facility 2024 transport call for proposals. I will. Can you change perhaps? Yes, so I will take you quickly through the agenda of this morning. So, as usual, we will first have our colleagues from DG Move presenting the policy context of this call for proposals, and then colleagues will take you through the priorities and topics open under this call for proposals. We will, during this presentation of the priorities, have a small break at 11:30, so about 10 minutes, and then we will immediately resume with the presentations on the priorities until about 12:20. And then we will have colleagues from CINEA highlighting the key steps in the application process in eGrants, very hands-on, so important part of course, of this information day. We will also go through the evaluation process, explain the award criteria and important documents that you need to prepare, like on climate proofing and CBA. And of course, we will have at the end our questions and answers session, which will then close this info day. This session is recorded, so you will also be able to access it on the call webpage as from tomorrow. Concerning the questions, so we have done it in a slightly different manner this time. So in order to better prepare our answers, so you had the possibility to send your questions in advance. We have processed them, and of course, certain of your questions will be answered directly during the presentations on the priorities, for instance, so they will not come back under the Q&A session. They will be addressed directly in the presentations. Others will be answers, of course, in the Q&A session, and all questions, of course, will then take the form of an FAQ that is published ultimately on the call page, so that you have the full information. With that, a few words on where we stand in terms of support to the transport sector, our portfolio here at CINEA. So we support smart, innovative and sustainable transport through mainly three programs here at CINEA. We have, of course, CEF Transport. For the moment, CEF 1 and CEF 2 together, it's more than 1,100 projects with a CEF funding amount around 38 billion euro. But next to it, we also have very important projects for the transport sector in terms of research under the Horizon Transport program, about 400 projects, about 3 billion euro support. And last but not least, with the Innovation Fund, we start to have a growing portfolio of projects, 16 projects relating to transport for an amount of 174 million. So, of course, it's also the occasion to invite you to follow these other programs and check what opportunities are available for you also under Horizon and Innovation Fund next to the CEF program. Just a quick snapshot on where we stand concerning CEF, the CEF 2 transport budget. So we are quite advanced in the implementation of the program for this MFF. You see that the part in blue, which is almost circling the full diagram, corresponds to what has been allocated already. So 84% 25% have been allocated through the call for proposals until now. We have the green part that is the topic of today, the 2024 call for proposals representing 10% of the available envelope. So 2.5 billion are on the table for this call for proposals. And of course, we still have some budget remaining for our alternative fuel infrastructure facility. We just had a few days ago the first cutoff that we are now evaluating, and other cutoffs will come in June. The next one is in June 25, and then the third one end of 25. And of course, we also have some budget for technical assistance. So that's where we stand concerning, let's say, the budget. If we look at the different envelopes, here you see envelope by envelope, a bit more the details. So you see that for the general envelope, the relationship in particular between the proposals submitted and the grant signed. And so overall, for all the envelopes, we have processed about 1,500 applications, resulting about in 1/3, 1 out of 3, were resulting in signed grants. So it gives of course, the impression, the indication about the level of competition, the level of oversubscription for all our calls. Clearly, it is a highly competitive process, so come with very well prepared applications. Now, of course, we will detail in the presentations today the process of the evaluation and what comes next. But just as a very first snapshot, just to recall the key dates. So, of course, the most important one is the call closure on the 21st of January 2025. Please do not wait for the last day or the last hour to submit your application. It's important to do it a little bit in advance. Then we, of course, will immediately start with the evaluation. This is done first with the help of external evaluators. Each proposal is looked at by 3 external evaluators, and then the outcome goes to our internal evaluation panel. Important to note that this internal evaluation panel gathers several services of the Commission under the lead of DG Move, but also we have DG Regio and DG Environment and CINEA in this internal evaluation panel, and in the same configuration, but at, let's say, senior management level, we have then the selection committee, and the outcome of the selection is then submitted to the member states in the CEF committee, and this will happen in July 2025, which would allow us then immediately, and that's the moment when we also announce the results, then immediately after the CEF committee, we start with the grant agreement preparation. And for this call, our target is to have all grant agreements signed before the 23rd of October 2025. And from there, we, of course, start paying the pre-financing and the project can start. So that's, of course, a very short sum up of what comes next. So with that, and without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Philippe Chantraine from DG Move, who will present you the policy context of this call for proposals. Philippe.
Good morning to all, and thank you, Olivier. Greetings from a very sunny Brussels, and we are celebrating this a lot because we haven't seen the sun in a long time. It's my pleasure to present to you the policy context of these CEF 24 calls, and by starting to remind us of the legal framework, we can go to the next slide, which when it comes to the CEF regulation, we are still working on the regulation of 2021, which is established for this multi-annual financial framework period. But we have a novelty when it comes to the TEN-T guidelines, because the new regulation has been adopted and entered into force in summer this year. So this replaces the old TEN-T regulation of 2013, and that has some impact on some of our topics and some of our ways of describing things, and also the standards to be respected. So this is the new framework we should all familiarize ourselves with, because this is now the legal basis for the implementation of the TEN-T network. And as anything coming from the Connecting Europe Facility transport budget is there to support the implementation of the TEN-T guidelines is, of course, the basis for this all. This these calls 2024 are still based on the multi-annual work program of 23, which has foreseen that indeed we exhaust the available budget through the calls that are launched this year. I can present to you a couple of new features on the new TEN-T policy. While beforehand we had two layers, the core network and the comprehensive network, we have now three layers, because the extended core network has been now identified and introduced as an additional step in the implementation of the TEN-T. The core network remains to be implemented by 2030. The extended core network is to be implemented by 2040, and the comprehensive network is to be implemented by 2050, as already foreseen in 2013. The TEN-T continues to be implemented with the support of European transport corridors and two horizontal priorities. So what was beforehand the core network corridors are now called European transport corridors. They are still under the leadership of coordinators, and also for the two horizontal priorities, we still have European coordinators. Their nomination has been adopted early September. The new TEN-T regulation also introduces new or reinforced infrastructure standards for all transport modes. So I don't think we will have the pleasure or leisure to go through all of them today, but please have a look at the TEN-T regulation and make sure that all your projects are complying with all those new or reinforced standards, because this is going to be important. Again, we will not be able to finance projects which are not leading to the compliance with the standards as foreseen in the TEN-T regulation. The new TEN-T regulation strengthens the TEN-T governance, again, also with the transport corridors. We will have more implementing tools with the implementing decisions that will allow us to steer better the completion of the network. So this is very helpful and a good addition from the new TEN-T regulation. And last but not least, the new TEN-T regulation, of course, takes into account the political developments since 2013. So there is a reinforced emphasis on resilience and climate proofing. Maintenance is referred to. We have, of course, reinforced the connections with neighboring and third countries, in particular, of course, Ukraine and Moldova, with the extension of the corridors into their territories. The whole aspect of urban nodes is addressed much more profoundly. Freight terminal capacity as a general issue is also addressed more tightly. So there are many developments there which take account of what remains to be done to complete the TEN-T network. Here you can see the new corridors. Some of them you will, of course, recognize from the past 9 corridors, but some have been adapted and a few newly created. You also see that, as I said, there are corridors going into Ukraine and Moldova, and also the Western Balkan, Eastern Mediterranean corridor crossing the Western Balkan countries. So this will help us to better steer the deployment or the connection between those third countries and the EU territory, and will help to foster the integration into the internal market. So the core network corridors, as we knew them before, and the rail freight corridors are integrated into these European transport corridors, which remain to be composed of the strategic parts of the core network and the extended core network, and will again steer the work for implementing the TEN-T regulation. Turning now to the CEF regulation, and it's well known that for the period 21 to 27, we had a budget of 25.8 billion euros, split into three envelopes, as shown here: the general envelope, the cohesion envelope, accessible to the member states eligible for cohesion policy, and the military mobility envelope. The strategic objectives of the CEF is, of course, to contribute to the Green Deal and to support the implementation of the sustainable and smart mobility strategy. We are there to complete the network and also to support the adaptation of parts of our infrastructure to civilian and defense dual use, so that we have a better working military mobility on our network. The corresponding envelope of 1.7 billion has been exhausted, as already mentioned by Olivier. We are with the CEF contributing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and contributing to the respective goals set at international level on this. This is why we have the obligation that at least 60% of our budget is dedicated to the Union climate targets. I'm very proud that we are exceeding this by far. So this is a very good result so far in the implementation of the CEF, and we will strive to continue in that vein. Of course, the CEF implementation had to be adjusted in the course of implementation following the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and the creation of solidarity lanes to support imports and exports from and to Ukraine and Moldova. So we were able, within the existing legal framework, to cater for support to this important priority that has arisen while implementing the Connecting Europe facility. The regulation foresees that the budget is spent on two main parts. The first one is the completion of the TEN-T network. This is where the bulk of the money is going. So these are typically the projects supporting the building or upgrading of railway sections, of ports, of roads, etc. And we have the second part, which is the modernization of the existing TEN-T network, where we make everything more digital, with cleaner fuels, etc., where quite some important parts of the budget are allocated to as well. You will see that when it comes to the completion of the TEN-T network, the general envelope is exhausted, but we still have the budget under the general envelope for the modernization of the existing TEN-T network. With that, I can come to some rough lines on the transport calls that we are discussing today, the 24 calls and the new features linked to that. So first of all, we are splitting these transport calls into these 5 main topics. The first 2 projects on the core network and projects on the comprehensive networks fall under the priority of completion of the TEN-T network. And as I just said, we don't have any budget available anymore under the general envelope, but under the cohesion envelope, we still allocate the remaining budget through these calls. The smart and interoperable mobility, sustainable and multimodal mobility, and safe and secure mobility are topics that fall under the heading of modernization of the TEN-T network. And here we have budgets available under the general envelope and under the cohesion envelope. And you see all the topics that will be explained in the second part of the session in more detail to you. Overall, the budget is then of 2.5 billion for these calls. The new features compared to the last calls, because many of you, of course, follow the program since quite some time. So this is highlighting elements which change compared to the last calls. So I mentioned the new 10T regulation, so where we have this new extended core network layer that is introduced. Important to underline that the 10T regulation, Article 10.2, clarifies that when the CEF regulation foresees references to the core network, this should include the extended core network. So if you have a project on the extended core network, you should turn to the core network topic and priorities in this CEF call. So this is quite important. It concerns, of course, mainly the core CON call. Please check the maps of the 10T regulation to verify if the project is on the extended core network, and if it is so, you apply under the core network priority. Of course, within that priority, we will have projects which are on the core network and on the extended core network. And of course, we all know that the core network has an earlier deadline, so this will, of course, remain the priority under this call as well. Last point I mentioned already, the new 10T regulation introduces new or enhanced infrastructure requirements. So this is the new standard that any project should comply with. So again, you are invited to check the 10T regulation to make sure that your project indeed complies with all the requirements that are mentioned there. We, as usual, have tried to improve our call texts when it comes to the topic priorities and eligibility criteria based on what we have experienced under the past calls. So here, as usual, the text can be slightly different. Normally, it is there to simplify or clarify aspects and make it simpler both for you and for us in the application and the evaluation procedures. We have made it clear, I hope, that under the general envelope, we have no budget left. So there are no budgets available for projects on the 10T core network and projects on the comprehensive network, again, because this budget has been exhausted in previous calls. One of the main changes also in language from the new 10T regulation is that the motorways of the sea are replaced now by the European maritime space. In this call, we focus nonetheless on those projects which have the highest EU added value, that is the short sea shipping between 10T ports located in different countries. There are some changes when it comes to the modernization of the network, when it comes to data and new technologies and innovation. So here we have reshuffled things and streamlined. So there are parts which are now under the topic removing railway interoperable barriers, the REMIP. You see it here, but all this will be explained in more detail during this morning in the respective sessions. And please be aware and be careful, because when it comes to ERTMS, there are slight differences between what is eligible and priority under the general and under the cohesion envelope. But I'm trusting that colleagues will explain you this in more detail under the respective topic presentation. And this is now, I think, the last part, and probably a very important one. For the cohesion envelope budget, as per the CEF regulation, we do no longer apply national envelopes. So while beforehand in the calls and in the evaluation, we have respected the provisions that related to the national envelopes under the cohesion envelope, this is no longer applicable to this call. So we have full competition between all projects that are presented under the cohesion envelope. So these are projects implemented on the territory of cohesion countries. with the approval of the cohesion countries, of course. But this time, again, there will be full competition between those projects, and this is foreseen as this explicitly in the CEF regulation. A second important thing is that when we look at priority and urgency in the evaluation, there are several political developments that we will consider in particular. I mentioned already the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and the related solidarity lanes communication. So projects which are addressing this should highlight this in the application, because this is taken positively into account. The same goes for projects which are happening in one of the 100 climate neutral and smart cities, which are identified in this initiative. And last but not least, of course, we have the action plan on military mobility of 22. Here also, if your project contributes or is aligned with this military mobility action plan, we would invite you to clarify this in the application, because again, these are elements which we will take into account when we evaluate the priority and urgency criteria. Last but not least, the project duration. So we have extended systematically every year. So now the period of eligibility goes to end of 29, with the maximum durations you see here for studies and for works. However, as Olivier said, the competition will be very high. So projects which plan to spend the bulk of their budget in 28 or 29 will certainly not be high on the priority list. In the selection, we will certainly focus on the projects which are in need of funds for the years which are falling under this MFF period. So projects which would be implemented by the end of 27, because we are expecting, of course, the next MFF to come in as of 28, where projects which then need funding in the years 28 and 29 should turn to. But of course, if you cannot split your project, then it is eligible. But again, projects which would foresee a late implementation are likely to rank not high when it comes to the evaluation on the different criteria. I think that's it from the general introduction. And with that, we will now switch to the presentation of the different topics, and we will start with railway transport. And as we have to switch seats, there will be a 5-second interruption, and then Georgios will guide you through the railway transport part.
Hello, good morning from my side. I'm Georgios Patris, and since last summer, I'm the rail focal point for the CEF program here at CINEA. And my objective today is to briefly present to you the rail topic under the 2024 calls. If we can have the next slide, please. Thank you. Well, as an introduction, I can say that rail is a very important mode in terms of budget for the CEF program. By far, rail has the highest share of the CEF budget, and this has been the result of, on the one hand, availability of funds in the previous calls, but on the other hand, a very strong demand from the side of the applicants. All previous projects have been oversubscribed, and we were in the position to allocate the entire available budget each time. As you can see, despite this very importance, I will be very brief today, because the good news is that we don't have so many novelties compared to previous calls and previous texts. So those who are already familiar with the previous calls can comfortably sit and enjoy the presentation. For the others, there are no surprises as well. As you can see from the slide on the top, we have two codes for the call text and topics. As already explained by Philippe, we have exhausted the budget for the general envelope. So this time we have calls and topics addressing only the countries which are eligible under the cohesion envelope. And I can already mention the figure which is at the bottom of the slide. The maximum co-funding rate for those projects goes up to 85%, which is a very important contribution. And usually the EU support, the CEF support, is a vital element for the investment. Now, as usual, you can submit proposals for works, studies, or what we say combination of works and studies, mixed projects. Philippe, in the previous presentation, already highlighted the importance of maturity, which applies for all projects and how quickly they can consume the budget. In particular, for the mixed projects, where actually the works heavily depend on the successful completion of the studies that precede, it's very important to focus on the maturity, and especially given the time frame that has been allowed by this call until the end of 2029. But as already explained in the presentation of Philippe, the earlier that the project can consume the budget, the better it will be in terms of evaluation and priority. Now, concerning the items and the topics that can be supported, I repeat, no surprises. This is a very clear text that has been established over the last calls, and it was also reflected in the questions asked during the last days. It was with pleasure that we don't have so many questions on these kind of rail topics, literally none, which means that over the years many things have been clarified, and it's a very clear picture for the applicants of what can be supported and what cannot. So starting with the different priorities, construction and upgrade of cross-border and missing links is, of course, one of the highest priorities. We very much welcome cross-border projects related to cross-border sections, and in general, projects that have a greater impact than addressing only the local needs, ideally facilitating international traffic flows. Of course, for the existing lines, upgrade the capacity and the performance is also very important. For example, by removing level crossings or by supporting interventions that facilitate the treatment of trains up to 740 meters, but as well as other upgrades that facilitate international flows. When it comes to nodes are the places where long-distance flows come together with local flows. So any project that improves and makes it better, this articulation between the two different flows is, of course, supported. Then we come to different modes. Of course, rail is a great feeder to other modes, so interconnections with other transport modes are supported. A typical case is the connection of the TEN-T network with maritime, inland waterways, ports, or even airports. Of course, a point for attention on this point is that if the entire project is exclusively within the area of a maritime or an inland waterway port, then this proposal should be submitted under the respective priorities of those modes and not here. Similarly, the connections to the freight terminals to the TEN-T, these also include the infrastructure component that it is within the terminal. Of course, we are talking about freight terminals that are in the proximity of the TEN network at a reasonable distance, which has been defined at around 30 kilometers. And finally, electrification of railways, where we mean also the electrification of the line track, but as well as the construction or the upgrade of electrification systems, including, for example, the construction of power substations. Of course, we invite you to read carefully the call text, because there are also other elements as well. For example, what happens with rail stations and what components can be financed under rail stations, but we will have an FAQ session later on, and we will address this issue. Of course, compliance with interoperability rules is also very important, but also very important is the last point that we have highlighted in red, which is not a novelty, but it requires some attention, that any project that addresses trackside RTMS or electronic interlockings or the support of Class A radio systems it is not to be submitted under this topic, but under the ERTMS topic. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for me to pass the floor to my very experienced and good colleague, Piotr, who will explain in detail the priorities and what can be supported under this topic as well.
Thank you, Georgios. Indeed, welcome everybody. My name is Piotr Glinka, and this is my pleasure to present to you briefly the ERTMS topic of the call. And the overall objective of the topic is to have increased number of vehicles and trackside equipped with ERTMS and authorized for operation in EU. So to this end, in this call, which is opened both under general and cohesion envelope, we would like to see the works addressing deployment of the system, which needs to be at least baseline 3 compliant, both on board and trackside. For trackside, this includes Class A radio data communication and electronic interlockings, as was just alluded by Georgios. It is to be, such scope is to be submitted under ERTMS topic, not under rail. Please note that there are certain elements that are not supported by ERTMS topic, and notably for onboard, we do not support anymore deployment of the system on new vehicles, so-called fitment, and for retrofitting or upgrade, we also do not support relatively new vehicles, so the vehicles that were put in operation after the end of 2020. Philip mentioned certain differences between cohesion and general envelope, and indeed, under the general envelope, we've got certain priorities. So, under the general envelope, we would give more priority to onboard compared to trackside deployment. Under trackside proposals, more priority to cross-border sections, and if you would address Class A radio communication, to 5G FRMCS elements rather than GSMR. This we would take into account, especially in case of oversubscription in the call, which we can say it's highly likely. Towards the end of the project, you will be requested to demonstrate its successful completion, and to this end, we would gladly like to see the documents confirming the authorization procedure that you carried out. The support to ERTMS is granted in the form of unit contribution. And here we can go indeed to the next slide, where you actually can see amounts of CEF support that we are granting to different units. And in our context of the ERTMS code, what the unit means. So firstly, for onboard, this is the comprehensive set of the ERTMS equipment on a vehicle. Please, in this context, know that in certain type of vehicles, notably train sets, may require 2 onboard units, and you are more than welcome, if you are in such a situation, to demonstrate it clearly in your application. Otherwise, it will not be recognized. For trackside, 1 unit is 1 kilometer of so-called double track equivalent, which is 1 kilometer of 2 parallel tracks, regardless of a type and the number of ERTMS equipment that is implemented there. Very important, please pay attention to a type of unit you are requesting. You can see all the details in this table, because if you ask for a unit contribution higher than you can demonstrate in the proposal, we would cut it to the unit contribution that we foresee as the appropriate one. For instance, if you ask for international one and you cannot demonstrate it, we will apply the national one if you are successful. On the other hand, if you would be entitled to a higher contribution, but you ask for a lower one, unfortunately, we will not be in a position to increase your contribution, even if this is recognized as justified. One last point, you will be encoding the units in a dedicated file, so-called calculator. For trackside, please ensure the reasonable level of accuracy, meaning there is no need to encode the units that presents also a lot of figures after the comma. So no more than 3 digits after the comma, so the level of accuracy to up to a meter would be more than sufficient for us if you wish to be so detailed. This brings me to the end of the presentation, and now I would give the floor to Jan. Thank you.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to present you the next action intending to increase the interoperability of the rail system and in particular to support project removing interoperability barriers. This being said, it is to remove interoperability barriers and actually comply with corresponding legal framework given by the Interoperability Directive for rail and associated technical specification for interoperability, so-called TSIs. We would support works, studies, and mixed project of both, up to a co-funding rate of 50%. And the topics in particular we would prioritize are those you can see on the screen, but let me introduce them together with corresponding background. Those aspects you see on the screen are actually also stemming from the revised TEN-T regulation we heard earlier as innovative technology for highways, where we mentioned advanced traffic management, digital connectivity for passenger, as well as digital automatic coupling. And this is the items you see here. We still have automatic gauge change facility on rail traffic, in accordance with specific part of CEF regulation you will see in the call, as well as studies concerning digital automatic coupling. Here it's important to take into account that we would support studies, as well as an important element is that project must involve relevant stakeholder groups from at least 4 member states. There is also a possibility to include all phase of testing in such cross-border initiative, as well as changing yard operation. All phases of tasks necessary for collecting data on the system reliability, its availability in commercial operation in particular would be supportive. This goes from technical, administrative, legal certification, authorization, procedure, and so on. Last but not least, those studies should actually contribute to a wider deployment of DAC in the EU and therefore be publicly available, meaning that you could work on the basis of the involvement of organization from only 4 member states with the objective to facilitate an EU-wide deployment beyond those 4 member states. Important to take into account, obviously, as we have a dedicated action to ERTMS topic, those projects related to ERTMS will not be supported under this action, but under the one presented by my colleague earlier. Let me give you now a particular focus on telematics, which is part of this action, and which is actually mentioned in the TEN-T regulation as information and communication technology, which in particular is actually based on the technical specification for interoperability, where we would ask you actually to demonstrate compliance with. In that respect, we would support the following processes, namely capacity and traffic management of rail infrastructure, but also train preparation, and in particular train composition, as well as the management of freight wagon and their shipment, and last but not least, rail ticketing. When doing so, we would encourage you to ensure a strong collaboration with the agency in such project, in particular in the implementation of the rail ontology, to ensure a common understanding on the railway data, ensuring compatibility and consistency when exchanging those for telematic application purposes. That will be on my side, I think, closing the railway part.
Yes. Hello, I would like to present you the roads topics of the roads and multimodal freight terminals projects. Under the roads, we will finance or we will support pre-identified road links on the core network, and especially we will put the priority on the cross-border links. These pre-identified road links are all listed in the point 1, part 3 of the annex to the CEF regulation. We also, under roads, we also support the components of the TEN-T road network located in member states without having a border with another member states. For what needs to be noted is that we will not finance road access or connections to the terminals. However, or in exceptional cases where the member state doesn't have a land border with another member state, we would accept it. As regards the road topic, please know that all road projects must comply with the TEN-T road safety requirements, and wherever applicable, they should also comply with the road infrastructure safety management and minimum safety requirements for tunnels directives. You can also have certain elements of the comprehensive network in your projects. There, it's only in cases where it makes or where it is necessary in order to optimize your investment. Here, you should first of all, it should not be more than 10% of the total eligible cost of the project, and also we would like to ask you to separate it in a specific work package so it is visible to the evaluators and to us. So this is all on the roads, and I give the floor to my colleague Rien on the multimodal freight terminals.
Good afternoon. My name is Alina Manea. I'm a program coordination manager on multimodal freight terminals and multimodal passenger hubs in CINEA. And it's my pleasure to present you the second part of this topic, namely the multimodal freight terminals. We support under this topic the construction and upgrade of the multimodal freight terminals located in maritime ports, inland waterways ports, airports, including railroad terminals and terminals along the inland waterways, as listed in Annex 2 of the revised TEN-T regulation. So I invite you to carefully check the Annex 2 of the regulation to identify the location and where you should submit the project under core or comprehensive network. In addition, we finance the connecting and siding tracks and adaptations for 740 meters train length, the vehicle and container waiting areas, and here I would like to underline that we refer to vehicles for freight transportation. Within a wider context of a project, power connection, electrification, and energy efficiency through adaptation for reduction of power use. Also, we may support clean transshipment equipment. This means that we refer to zero emissions fuels such as electricity, hydrogen, for intermodal loading units. So basically those clean transshipment equipment serving transshipment of loading units such as containers, semi-trailers, etc. And within the context of the solidarity lanes, we may finance as well infrastructure and clean equipment for bulk cargo terminals. But please, if your project would be in such a case, indicate in your proposal the clear contribution to the solidarity lanes. Also, we may support ICT equipment and applications for increasing the efficiency in interoperability, for increasing the efficiency of the terminal operations, such as photo gates, automatic check-in and check-out equipment, and others. Please consider that support will not be given to building, storage, and warehouse facilities. Also that the multimodal freight terminal must ensure open access to all operators and users in a non-discriminatory way, and this should be indicated as well in your proposal. And that in addition to all the elements presented above, only works projects may include on-site renewable energy generation if it's primarily used for terminal activities, this being a synergetic element that can be financed up to maximum 20% from the total eligible costs. As you've seen, this topic is covered only under cohesion envelope with maximum 85% funding rate, and we may finance work, studies, and mixed projects. To end with, please consider that these multimodal freight terminals can be financed depending on the type of investment in several topics, such as maritime topic, railway topic, this current multimodal freight terminal topic. And I invite you to carefully check the description, the scope and the eligibility of each topic to properly frame your application and submit it in line with the eligibility conditions mentioned within these topics. Thank you very much. This being said, I hand over for the next topic, ITS topic, to my colleague Pedro. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. I'm Pedro Sampaio. I'm the CEF coordinator for the ITS portfolio here in CINEA, and I'm pleased to present you today a brief overview of the priorities of the call for the topic Intelligent Transport Systems for Roads, commonly known as ITS. As in previous calls, this ITS call will also fund works, studies, and mixed proposals with a maximum co-funding rate of 50%. The general objective of the call is to modernize the transport infrastructure in the TEN-T network and to facilitate the road traffic also along the TEN-T network, including its urban nodes and its interfaces with other transport modes. To address these objectives, the call text defines the types of projects to be funded, and that you can see reflected on this slide. Firstly, it concerns the deployment and or upgrade of ITS infrastructure and services in compliance with the priority areas of the ITS directive. The ITS directive, or Directive 2010-40, was amended last year by Directive 2661, and it should be noted that all proposals submitting under the current call should already be compliant with the revised amended directive in 2020-23. Some of the types of projects that can be pointed out as an example can be, for instance, the upgrade of eCall, emergency public answering points, or, for instance, also the upgrade of the national access points for data, the so-called NAPs. The second type of projects identified by the ITS call concerns the deployment of cooperative ITS, CITS. In this case, projects must deploy CITS stations to provide services based on the hybrid communication approach defined in the European CITS strategy. And at the same time, all CITS deployments should be fully compatible and interoperable with the specifications developed by the C-Roads platform. At this point, most likely all the applicants submitting CITS proposals will be quite familiar with the works of the C-Roads platform, with its role and its nature. In any case, we would like to alert that there is a FAQ specifically dedicated to this issue for your consultation. In addition to this, all CITS deployments funded by CEF should also be in line with the security certificate policy for deployment and operation of European CITS. Finally, and in a very brief way, in order not to run into troubles with the colleagues in the room, I would also highlight a couple of additional remarks that are also included in the context and are applicable to all proposals to be submitted under ITS. As many of you might already have noticed, this year call does not include a specific topic exclusively dedicated to data. However, ITS projects can include activities for the collection and dissemination of data as long as these activities are necessary for the deployment of ITS solution. In addition to this, we would like to remind that as defined in the call, all ITS and CITS deployments can be located along the entire TEN-T network. This includes the core, the extended core, the comprehensive network, including its urban nodes. But in the cases where in the exceptional cases where certain road sections outside the TEN-T network are included in the proposals, those same proposals should explicitly demonstrate the needs of those sections for the project and their positive effects for the TEN-T network. With this, we conclude the part on ITS, and I pass the floor to my colleague Panos for the FTI priority.
So thank you very much, Pedro. Good morning. So my name is Panagiotis Jordanopoulos. I'm a project advisor in CINEA and the coordinator of the EFTI topic. So the objective of this topic is actually to support the member states in order to develop and to implement the ITS platform for the electronic freight transport information systems in line with the regulation 1056. Projects that can be funded under this priority could be works, studies, or mixed projects with a maximum co-financing rate of 50%. And in principle, projects that can be funded need to have the objective of the development and deployment of the whole ITS platforms or any components of these platforms that are necessary for the competent authorities to use in order to access and to process the information, the freight information electronically, in line with the regulation for the FTI and the implementing and delegated acts. Specific tasks in these projects could be, first of all, pilot testing of exchanges with existing IT platforms of various operators, only in the case that these existing platforms are adapted in order to meet the specification of the EFTI platform, regulation, and the implemented and delegated acts. Out of the 6 implementing and delegated acts, 3 of them have been already signed and will enter into force by December this year, and the remaining 3 will be adopted in the course of 2025. Other tasks of these projects could be knowledge sharing and good practices sharing among the member states, with a focus also to include the technical implementation guides and also open source software. And finally, also tasks can include communication measures for awareness raising, but also for various trainings, with a focus to the training of the officials of the competent authorities to be concerned. This is all from my side, and I will now give the floor to Martin for the safe and secure parking infrastructure. Thank you.
Good. So under the safe and secure parking infrastructure, we will support projects that aim at development of new safe and secure parking areas, or the upgrade of safety and security of existing parking areas. In both cases, we look for projects that at the end will be certified in the accordance with the delegated regulation on safe and secure parking areas 1012 from 2022. We also support projects aiming at the optimization of the use of the existing safe and secure parking areas. There we look at projects that they use static and dynamic information in accordance with the delegated regulation 885 from 2013. As regards the safe and secure parking areas, they need to be located on the TEN-T network. If this is not the case, on TEN-T network and or on its nodes. If this is not the case, in the application you need to justify the utility of the safe and secure parking area for the functioning of the TEN-T network. Please note that we finance only elements that are actually mentioned in the service and security standards of the delegated regulations, and it depends, of course, what level of security you will choose. The safe and secure parking infrastructure is covered by the general as well as by the cohesion envelope, and we support only works. So the next topic I would like to present to you is on road safety. Here the road safety is only under the cohesion envelope, and under the road safety we will support projects that aim at upgrading existing road sections of the core and comprehensive network with poor safety rating or high accident occurrence, and the aim is to increase the safety of these road sections. Please know that we will not support any new road infrastructure development. What we mean by the upgrading of existing road sections, what we mean by the safety is, on one hand, is the systematic improvements to the built-in safety of those roads. Please know that here these developments or improvements should be based on the findings of the road safety inspections or of the network-wide road safety assessment. We also the project that we will support can be also about implementation of the measures that come directly from the network-wide road safety assessment. Furthermore, we will support the upgrades of hotspots, which were identified in those assessments, and the deployment of digital information systems that actually have the purpose of improving the road safety or the tunnel safety, or they will be used to help authorities to enforce the road safety. Thank you very much. This is all on the road safety.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Janeva. I'm a panel coordinator for the Maritime Ports and European Maritime Space topics. And it's my pleasure today to present you the funding opportunities under this call. We start first with the Maritime Ports projects on the core and comprehensive network, which can be financed under two calls. That is the core cohesion call and comprehensive cohesion call. The eligible projects may cover works, studies, or both, so mixed projects, as long as they include one or more of the eligible investments that will be presented on the slides. I would like to emphasize that the list is very much exhaustive, so in order to increase the chances of success, I would strongly recommend to stick only to the eligible investments. As for the other calls, in this call, there is also opportunity to improve the safety of the maritime access through breakwaters, access channels, fairways, locks, and navigational aids. Basic port infrastructure is also eligible. When we say basic port infrastructure in view of the maritime ports topics, we mean infrastructure such as turning basins, quay walls, berths, jetties, land reclamation, and backwheels. So this excludes any other infrastructure within the port, for example, related to terminals. Would like to emphasize that the backfills and land reclamations are eligible as long as these interventions are needed to create space for construction of other basic port infrastructure being the main element of the proposal. For example, if extra space is needed in order to construct quay walls. Backfills and land reclamation should not lead in any case to increased added capacity by increasing surface of existing or creation of new terminals, logistics, cargo areas, etc. There are three subjects, let's say, under the basic port infrastructure, which will be regarded with higher priority compared to other projects covering port infrastructure. And this is basic port infrastructure related to development of zero or low emission multimodal solutions, port infrastructure related to development of the port capacities and facilities in relation with the transportation activities of the offshore wind farms. And it's very important, if the project involves such basic port infrastructure, to demonstrate the involvement of the maritime port in these activities, and projects for improving connectivity with remote, insular, and outermost regions, or of member states with no land border with other member states. Then also, as in the previous calls, we are supporting shoreside electricity supply within the port, including the upgrade of the electricity grid if that is necessary for the implementation of the shoreside electricity, fixed port reception facilities for treating waste from ships and oil, ensuring year-round navigability by means of capital dredging and ice-breaking facilities. Very important, also stated in the call that capital dredging can be supported only if it is relevant and needed to address a bottleneck for the European short sea shipping, not for deep sea shipping. This has to be duly demonstrated in the proposal. It has to be backed up and supported in the CBA analysis, if CBA analysis for the certain project is applicable, justifying the need for the short sea shipping traffic and the need, justifying the short sea shipping traffic and the need for the dredge depth. Also, improving railway connections within the port or connections with inland waterways is one of the priorities that can be financed. Road access eligibility is very limited in this call, and this is only for projects that are located in member states with no land border with another member state. So I strongly recommend that if that is not the case, then road connectivity or access should not be part of the proposal. Also, the Maritime Ports project can have a component of renewable energy generation up to 20% of the total eligible cost, planned under category synergetic element and as a separate work package, as long as this renewable energy generation investment is needed for shoreside electricity supply, for the needs of the basic port infrastructure, or for diverse port operations, and this has to be also duly demonstrated in the proposal. Couple of points to emphasize. They are also very well explained in the call text. The location of the Maritime Ports port project has to be a maritime port listed in Annex 2 of the TEN-T regulation. Even if the port is managing other bodies under its umbrella as port authority, still only the geographic area of the maritime port indicated in the Annex 2 must be included in the project. If a project takes place in more than one port, that's perfectly fine, it's eligible. However, all the activities that are proposed in the scope of the project should contribute to a common objective of the project. For those projects addressing basic port infrastructure for offshore wind farms, I would like to emphasize that indeed only the basic port infrastructure is eligible. This excludes any intervention, any investment for development, servicing of offshore wind farms, cargo fields, terminals, buildings, manufacturing facilities, etc. The projects that are combining hinterland access both within the maritime port and there is a certain short leg outside the port area can be submitted either to the maritime ports topic or to inland waterways or rail topics as appropriate. And also the projects may include up to 10% of the total eligible costs for investments addressing elements on the comprehensive network, as long as it's demonstrated that this is needed for the implementation of the action. So, as I said, this was quite an exhaustive list of eligible investments, meaning that those that are presented of this slide are not eligible. I will mention a few of them, like infrastructure for cruise ships, except shoreside electricity supply, maintenance, dredging and dredgers, digital port solutions, fixed and mobile superstructure, including terminals and terminal equipment, and also any internal service road, maintenance road, access road within the port is not eligible, even if it is necessary and needed for the implementation of the action. That can be financed with own funds of the applicants. Last but not least, utilities installations, key furniture, and other auxiliary port infrastructure could be supported. However, as long as it is integral part of a relevant basic port infrastructure being the main element of the project. For example, utilities installation for quay, for proper functioning of the quay, or electricity installation needed for railway tracks within the port. This brings me to the next topic related to European Maritime Single Window. This topic is aimed to support the member states mostly. It has the aim to adapt the maritime national single windows to the new legal requirements and to support the integration of the harmonized interfaces into the maritime national single windows. I would like to emphasize that several implementing and delegated acts are already in place that facilitate the implementation of the maritime single window, data sets, specifications on the harmonized reporting interfaces, and other characteristics of the single maritime windows to which the project should align. The maximum co-funding rate is 50% as it is financed under the general envelope. Work studies and mixed projects are equally eligible. Then the next topic is related to the vessel traffic monitoring and information systems. Would like to emphasize at the very beginning that this is strictly related to the maritime vessels, and the purpose is not to support inland waterways vessels. If such systems are needed, then they can be proposed under different priority. What we do finance under this topic is development and upgrade of vessel traffic monitoring and information systems, but also of maritime port community systems, relevant customs information systems, etc. Nevertheless, priority will be given to these three types of systems that are outlined on the slide: data exchange systems, vessel traffic services systems for future monitoring and communication needs for enhanced surveillance, autonomous ships and shipping, as well as mandatory reporting systems that include additional features such as ship-to-shore reporting, reusing data, reporting not only between the authorities but also within the shipping industry, etc. The last maritime related topic that I would like to present is the European maritime space or short sea shipping. Two types of projects can be supported. The first type is upgrade of port infrastructure, hinterland connections, and dedicated terminals to establish or to expand short sea shipping links, and the focus has to be really on the cross-border short sea shipping. Only works are eligible under this topic. So, contrary to what was the case until last year, this call is open only for works with maximum co-funding rate of 50%. The type of eligible investments are pretty much the same as for the maritime ports topics that I have just outlined. However, here I would like to stress a couple of points. The port access and the capital dredging for ensuring safe maritime access has to be justified also with the needs of the short sea shipping link. The short-side electricity supply is also eligible, excluding the related installations on the vessels, as long as it is demonstrated that is needed for establishment or upgrade of the link. Also, one element that provides a little bit more flexibility than the maritime ports topic is the eligibility of investments related to port handling capacity. For example, construction or upgrade of freight and or passenger terminals, safe and secure parkings, as long as they comply with the applicable regulation, and as long as it is justified that this investment is needed in the project. Traffic areas, access control points, etc. are eligible as well, including digitalization of the port operations, but this excludes support to shipping operators. So only support given to the is eligible to the ports. It is strongly recommended that the cost-benefit analysis, if it is applicable for the specific project, is focused on the project itself, not on the global project, and it addresses the traffic on the maritime link and not the overall traffics of the involved ports. So also substantiated traffic forecast needs to be demonstrated by commitments from the relevant shipping operators. There has to be a letter of support or any other document, any other form that demonstrates that there is a maritime operator who is committed to operate in the future on the line, or it's already operating on the maritime transport link, which is subject to the proposal. This topic excludes support to administrative office buildings, to passenger car parks within the ports, warehouses, storage areas, and mobile superstructure. Also, internal roads are not eligible, even if they are needed for the action implementation, and support to maritime vessels cannot be granted except for icebreakers And the strong eligibility criterion for this type of projects is that at least 2 TEN-T ports located in 2 different member states should be part of the proposal. The investments should be balanced between the ports, and they should be needed for the maritime link subject to the project. The second type of the proposal is facilitating cross-border short sea shipping links, but not linked to a specific ports. And these are type of projects that normally should benefit the wider maritime community. They must include the participation of at least 2 member states, 2 entities from 2 different member states. For this type of project, only ice-breaking facilities to ensure year-round navigability are eligible for funding. So no other type of investments would be considered relevant. With this, I round up the maritime topics and I hand over to my colleague, Carmina. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Carmina Hrabkiewicz, focal point at CINEA for inland waterway transport and the river information services. Today I will be presenting the inland waterway and inland ports topic and the river information services topic. Projects submitted under inland waterway and inland ports topic can include studies, works, or a mix of the two, with the general aim to develop inland waterway transport infrastructure projects and to contribute to inland waterway transport. The topics are the topic concerning inland waterways and the inland ports is covered in general by 2 calls, the core COEN and the COM COEN. Please note that the COM COEN only concerns inland ports. So if you want to submit a proposal that concerns interventions on the inland waterways, it should be submitted under the core COEN call. Also, please note that the projects can be focused on inland waterway interventions or only inland ports interventions or a combination of both if needed, depending on for improving the navigation and passage of vessels. The maximum funding rate is the usual one for the cohesion envelope, 85%. Looking at projects that can be supported on the inland waterways, it should concern projects located on the TEN-T core network, and it can include the upgrade of existing TEN-T waterways or creation of new TEN-T waterways, the upgrade of existing infrastructure on the TEN-T waterways or building new such infrastructure. So this can include locks, bridges, dams, weirs, all this aiming to improve the navigability, the performance, and increase the capacity for the passage of the vessels. Automation of infrastructure on the inland waterways is also supported if this allows the remote control of this infrastructure. And this can also include the remote control centers if necessary. Interventions concerning interconnection between maritime and inland waterway transport are also supported. So this can include locks, or it can include infrastructure to allow the transshipment of freight between maritime vessels and inland waterway vessels, for example, by building a quay with this aim. All this with the objective to increase the inland waterway transport as a part of hinterland transport. Interventions for ensuring year-round navigability are also supported under this topic. And this can include hydrological services by installing equipment for measuring water levels. It can include capital dredging and ice-breaking facilities. Another important category of interventions would be waterside infrastructure, so infrastructure located along the 10T inland waterways, which can include creating or upgrading infrastructure for mooring or transshipment, for example, quays, or infrastructure in terminals along the 10T waterway which are not listed as 10T ports. This also can include shoreside electricity supply, but it is to be highlighted that the investment should be purely focused on the waterside infrastructure for transport infrastructure and not the expansion of the terminals. The objective of these interventions should remain to increase the volume of inland waterway transport and the greening of the operations. So now if we move on to the interventions in 10T inland ports, I repeat that projects for 10T inland ports can be submitted either under the core COEN call if located on the core network, or the COM COEN call if the ports are on the comprehensive network. And the types of interventions in inland ports concern improving access of inland ports to inland waterways and vice versa, building or upgrading basic port infrastructure, quays, embankments, onshore power, shoreside electricity supply for vessels, port reception facilities to collect waste from ships, and degassing facilities. Interventions that aim at ensuring year-round navigability, for example, hydrological services, ice-breaking facilities, capital dredging, rail access to and connections within inland ports are also supported. But please note that what is new in this context is that road access to and connections within inland ports are not supported. So, for example, internal service road, maintenance road, access roads within the inland ports, even if needed for the action implementation, will not be supported. We advise you to consult the section with the FAQs on this topic, in addition to the call text when preparing your proposal. But I want to highlight a few relevant points on eligibility under the inland waterway and inland ports topic. So while digitalization, digital information and operation systems for water and waterway management for ensuring year-round navigability, interventions in inland ports are eligible under the topic. Other digitalization works should be submitted under the call CIMOP-GEN under the RIS topic. So if it concerns deployment of river information services, inland port information services, inland port community systems, it should be submitted under the CIMOP-GEN call. Projects can include elements of superstructure, storage and transshipment facilities and equipment, cranes, forklifts, warehouses. However, this should represent only a minor part of the investment. They should be fully integrated in the project. And the main aim of the investment should be on the transport infrastructure. And of course, these elements should benefit development of inland waterway transport. Fencing and monitoring systems in inland ports are not supported, and onshore power supply is eligible for inland vessels, including for cruise vessels, but not for other forms of transport, even if they are charging within the inland ports. Now, moving on to the river information services topic, projects under this topic can concern studies, works, or can be a combination of both, and should be submitted under the CIMOV-GEN call. The maximum co-funding rate for this call is 50% for the topic river information services. And the overall objective is to modernize inland waterway transport infrastructure and facilitate the traffic safety and transport management in 10T inland waterways. Projects and interventions that could be supported include mainly the deployment of river information services. So this includes smart onboard and land-based components of RIS, including appliances along the waterway or other related telematic applications that facilitate the digitalization and the automation of the sector. And as the river information services are widely deployed in the member state, the projects that we are looking for have to build upon, integrate, and harmonize with existing systems. Also supported under this topic are inland port community systems and inland port information systems, inland single window, vessel traffic management systems, including automation and smart shipping, projects which integrate with smart traffic and transport management solution with focus on risk corridor management, which enables facilitating the data sharing between the authorities and the inland waterway. But please note that the project should primarily address the inland waterway transport, and interventions in inland ports should only focus on the inland waterway vessels. So if it is a port that is both maritime and inland, the projects should be focused for the inland waterway vessels. So I end this with this list of examples. It's non-exhaustive. I will not go through this entire list, but this is to give you an idea of other types of interventions that can be submitted under this wide topic RIS under the CIMOV-GEN call. Thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. In that case, we are now halfway through the presentations of the topic priorities. We'll now have a 10-minute break, 10-minute coffee break, and then afterwards we'll reconvene with the discussion of the air traffic management transport mode. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. Good early afternoon, late morning. My name is Erkki Must. I am the SESAR team leader at the European Commission, Unit E3, and together with my colleagues, Luca from SESAR 3 Joint Undertaking and Paco, who is colleague at our unit, we will take you through the elements of the SESAR, of the CINEA call, which are referencing to the air traffic management modernization. The overall umbrella for this topic is the SESAR activity, which is the technological pillar of the Single European Sky. Under the SESAR activity or SESAR project, we have 3 phases. Everything that we do and have put to this call is referenced in the European ATM Master Plan. Everything, again, what we do have to work towards implementation of SESAR solutions. And some of the elements from the SESAR solutions have been included into common projects. We are currently implementing Common Project 1, and this Common Project 1 has set certain deadlines for implementation of ATM functionalities, and this call is one of the opportunities to obtain assistance, financial assistance, but also support from the SESAR Deployment Manager to implement these projects. We are following what we call a SESAR innovation cycle. As I explained, it starts with the definition through European ATM Master Plan. Then there is a development phase, which is coordinated mostly by the SESAR 3 Joint Undertaking, and we have a specific different call structure for research projects. But with this call here, we are building a bridge between the research and implementation, and this is the focus of digital sky demonstrators. And as I said, colleague Luca Greco will explain to you the element which is included into the call under discussion today. And then when these SESAR solutions have been finalized and have been matured enough that they can be implemented throughout the ATM network in Europe, there are a number of opportunities to support this activity. And these are in this specific call through 2 thematic enablers. So one is CNS enablers. Paco Salaber will explain to you this category. And then I will finish our presentation with the focus on the implementation of Common Project 1. I want to stress before going into the topics that our aim with this call is to first and foremost to have a good quality projects. These projects will compete with other topics in this overall framework, in this overall budget, which is allocated to technical implementation at European level. We don't have a dedicated budget for ATM research, but this actually means that at the end of the day, we will compete with other modes of transport. So the quality of projects is paramount in order to have good success in this competition. The other element, which is kind of philosophical in this discussion, is that we would like to support early movers, early adopters. So keeping to the timeline is extremely important, which also means that the implementation of ATM solutions can, for example, not precede or cross over the duration of the common project realization of common project, or the timeline which is foreseen for demonstrators, other CNS enablers. So with this reminder, and coming back to you later on the Common Project 1 topics, I would give the floor to Luca to go through the digital sky demonstrators.
Thank you, Erkki, and good morning from my side as well. Luca Greco, SESAR 3JU. I'm presenting the part regarding the digital sky demonstrators. For your information, I hope you're all well aware, but what DSDs are a mean and a way to demonstrate the SESAR solutions which are required to deliver the digital European sky up to the target maturity level of TRL 8, which means readiness for implementation. The demonstrators are a way to involve ground and airborne industries, of course, when applicable and when required, are a way to have this demonstration run and executed by all the required operational ATM actors, which could be, of course, the air navigation service providers, could be the airports as well, the airspace users, the network manager, and so on and so forth. It's a way to execute this demonstration not in specific areas, but across the European airspace. And it's a way to fill in the gap, if required, with the standardization and regulatory activities which are required to finalize the industrialization phase, so to be ready for the implementation. As Erkki said, this is also a way to provide a common platform for all the early movers, the early adopters of technologies and operational solutions coming from SESAR, and therefore ultimately to accelerate the market uptake of these SESAR solutions. I will not spend too much time on this slide. This is just to say that differently from previous calls, this call, the specs for the DSDs on this call, they have been articulated and prepared based on the content of the Master Plan Update 2024, which will be formally adopted in December this year, and which is introducing the notion of strategic deployment objectives, SDOs. The SDOs are defined as prioritized actions to deploy the ATM functionalities looking beyond CP1, meaning having the CP1 functionalities as a prerequisite. You will find more and more information about the SDOs in the master plan. I strongly invite you to look at that if you haven't done it yet, or if you haven't been consulted yet for the master plan consultation we are running. Here, the key message is that even if the SDOs, as they are defined in the master plan, they are considering solutions which are RNI completed, meaning they have achieved already TRL6, or in the pipeline. For this call, we are only referring to SESAR solutions which are RNI completed, meaning they have achieved TRL6. In the master plan, there are 10 prioritized strategic deployment objectives, SDOs. This is just a summary, and this is just to tell you that, in fact, the specs are articulated around these 10 SDOs. To give you the flavor of what is inside the specs and what is about linked to each SDO, let's go quickly one by one. For SDO 1, ALES for reduction of collision risks on taxiway and runways. The specs are focusing on demonstration on AS/MGCS-based conflicted ATC clearances and conformance monitoring alerting functions, which are now extended to the complete aerodrome area. For SDO number 2, about the optimization of airport and TMA environmental footprint, we range from the integration of regional airports within the network manager to better management of arrival constraints and to solutions focusing on the increase of the runway throughput. Regarding SDO number 3 on dynamic airspace configuration, indeed, it's about itself, the dynamic airspace configuration, so DAC, what we call it about DAC, and about the emission trajectory management, the DMAs, the dynamic mobile areas type 1 and type 2. You will have all the details in the specifications. About the SDO on the increased automation support, it's mostly about the new sector team configuration and about the new HMI interactions. And about the HMI interactions modes. So we're talking about, for example, about the application of automatic speech recognition or about the attentions guidance for controllers. Moving forward, this is well known. This SDO is about transformation to trajectory-based operations. It's self-explanatory, it's well known. Anyway, this is about the enhanced conflict detection and resolution tools using aircraft-derived data. It's about dynamic route availability. It's about UDPP, user-driven prioritization process. And it's about the FOC, the Flight Operations Center integration into the ATM network. Next SDO is about the virtualization operations. Here, clearly, we have two sub-blocks, if you allow me to say that. One is about virtual centers, so delegation of ATS services. And the second one is about multiple remote towers technology. So it's multiple towers, multiple remote tower modules, and all the supporting surveillance infrastructures. Next SDO is about the transition towards high performance of air-ground connectivity, therefore focusing on multi-link. It's about SATCOM Class B, and allow me to say here that clearly here we want to really, as for everybody, for all the other demonstrators, to have results to be used for the benefit of the maturity of the solution, which is again targeting tier late and which can be used by the different organizations applying to move towards this target maturity level, not in isolation, but forcing to have specific demonstrations on this. It's about the future communication network infrastructure, supporting ATN IPS multi-link capabilities, and the complete mobility between different data links. Again, here, as for other SDOs, the interoperability between civil and military is a key requirement, and we wanted to stress that. Moving again to another SDO, SDO number 8 on service-oriented delivery model, data-driven and cloud-based. This is really a novelty. This is to demonstrate the feasibility and the benefits of a new service delivery model, focusing on the infrastructures and the service layers for the operation in all phases of flights. And you may be aware of other initiatives, and this is really core, and this is really one of the major novelties, I would say, that are standing out of the ATM Master Plan Update 2024. Moving to SDO number 9, CNS optimization, modernization, and resilience. This is mostly demonstrating on seeking for demonstration on GBus GASTI ground stations Cat3 using signals which are either coming from EGNOS or Galileo, anyway, European satellite systems, and seeking for demonstration on an appropriate number of GBus Cat3 landings. Last, certainly not least, on the innovative air mobility and drone operation, SDO number 10, which is focusing on IFR Airbus accommodation in airspace classes A to C, and for simultaneous non-interfering operations of innovative air mobility users. So this is an helicopter overview of the SDOs. Again, the key message is that this call has been structured about the SDOs contained in the master plan to start mobilizing the ITM community around the content of the master plan and to facilitate as much as possible the early movers who want to start adopting and implementing these SDOs or some of the SDOs or some parts of the SDOs even, let's say, in the coming months. Applicants are free to select, of course, certain elements within the different areas described above. It is really important that there is a reference for the technical activities to the SESAR project handbook. So the execution framework of the proposal shall refer specifically to the SESAR project handbook, which in any case is provided by CINEA, by colleagues from CINEA and in the call. If you have questions or if you want to know more about the SESAR solutions which are underlying the different SDOs, you can always refer to the SESAR digital catalog, solution catalog, which is available on the SJU website. And last information from my side before moving to CNS and my colleague Paco is if there are doubts, for example, on the possibility for mono-beneficiary applications, in theory, for the DSTs, mono-beneficiary projects, mono-beneficiary applications are possible, but please read carefully the specs. There are some specificities in the specs where we explicitly ask for more than, for example, one airport in more than one country, and therefore there the mono-beneficiary approach is definitely not possible. And with that, I conclude my presentation and I move on to Paco. Thank you.
No, this one. Thank you. It's Paco Salaver from the SES unit in DG Move. I'm going to present the projects on CNS that are part of this call. The first one, it was already last year, it's to support the implementation of PBN, because we have regulation on PBN implementation, but we want to give the opportunity to have support for those that are making a smart implementation. So those that are taking the opportunity of this regulation to provide benefits in terms of capacity or reduce noise in terminal areas, to equip aircraft with SBAS EGNOS avionics or other avionics that are needed to fly these advanced PBN procedures. As we did last year, we incentivized the decommissioning of the navaids that are not longer needed, and the CNS program manager is now developing the concept and criteria, what we call the minimal operational network that has to be applied to decommission the facilities that are not longer needed to improve cost efficiency. So the second topic is about GNSS interference, because as you may know, there has been a steep and very alarming increase of number of interference, jamming and spoofing affecting aviation, but also maritime. But in the specific case of aviation is really putting at risk safety. And EASA has published a safety information bulletin with some recommendations for stakeholders in terms of contingencies to improve the robustness. And we are giving the opportunity to the stakeholders to implement those contingency measures by giving support in this call. Next one is on ADSB. This was already in the in the last call, and we continue with this support to facilitate the use of ADSB data by the service providers, and at the same time to support equipment of aircraft with this technology for those that are not targeted by the regulation, typically general aviation or military aircraft. As we did on PBN, we are also incentivizing and promoting, and we expect that these initiatives will help to decommission radars, that we have too many radars in Europe. And through the implementation of ADSB, we think that we can keep a minimal operation network of surveillance infrastructure, but this is part of the optimization process to improve cost efficiency. Another topic on surveillance, it's projects on security, cyber attacks. We know that there are vulnerabilities on the infrastructure, so any projects that will help to improve the security of the surveillance infrastructure are, let's say, eligible for support in this call. Data link services. We have, my colleague has explained the activities for the future in terms of multi-link, but today we have infrastructure that it's a legacy infrastructure, the VDL Mod 2, where we have an implementing regulation to support the implementation of this technology, and we have actions to help addressing the issues that we have had in terms of avionics, to help the upgrade of the avionics to take full advantage of the service. And also we have a problem in terms of capacity, the bandwidth of this data link, and any activity to support the offload of non-ATM data by other means to alleviate the problems that we have, as we expect to have a capacity crunch before 2030. We are taking action to support activities to address this issue that will jeopardize the capacity of ATM if we don't take measures. And the last activity that is another ATM project that is not CNS is about the support to the US space, and we're talking about drones, the management of drones, all the activities that are, let's say, ready for deployment, have reached the maturity level that supports the actual implementation. And this topic is to accelerate the market uptake of the two services that are described in Service 1 and Service 2, to support all the stakeholders to introduce this new airspace user type. It's a new entrant in our airspace, and we are supporting activities to facilitate this introduction according to all the provisions that we have developed in the European Union. Thank you.
Okay, which leads or takes us back to the last element of this call when we talk about the SESAR portfolio, and that is the Common Project 1 early adopters support. When we just quickly remind ourselves that Common Project 1 is a Commission implementing regulation. It sets out 6 families of ATM functionalities, and those 6 families each have a number of sub-functionalities, and each sub-functionality has an implementation target date. There is a document that is very important in this context, that is a SESAR deployment program, and SESAR deployment programs also sets out in more detail who, what, and how should implement them. However, as I mentioned, we have 6 ATM functionalities, but not all of them are eligible under this call, and mainly this comes from the fact that a number of sub-functionalities have already reached the deployment implementation deadline. And the principle of this call is that the deployment deadline is the final date when activities can happen under this call. However, then that is very important. In the call specification for AF1, which is the subject aim and daemon integration, for AF2 on extended airports operation plans, for AF4, which is AOP, NOP integration, and for AF6, all 3 sub-functionalities, there have been set out minimum requirements of achievement by the deployment deadline. And now this is extremely important for this call, because when the principle, at least at the last call, was that you have to deploy the full functionality, in this call it's a little bit more nuanced. There are certain sets of expectations as foreseen in the SESAR deployment program, which are accepted as the minimum requirement by the deployment deadline. And this is what you need to make sure that your project, it might be a problem if your project does not reach these expected deadlines or expected work packages by the deployment deadline. If that is the case, the projects are not eligible for financing. So that is extremely important element in this call. The SESAR deployment program that is guiding us is the version from 2022, and I stress this because maybe some of the stakeholders are aware that SESAR Deployment Manager is currently preparing an update to this program, but we will not retroactively use any update to guide this call, because this call has to be based on a document which exists, and this document is the 2022 version of the SESAR Deployment Program. The SESAR Deployment Manager is the coordinator of all CP1 related projects, so it is impossible to propose a project without the coordination with the SESAR Deployment Manager. They are paramount in this process for you. And because of the dates which I already mentioned, the deployment deadlines, this is really the last call that targets CP1 implementation. So it is now or never that you can propose any activities or projects to be financed through CEF funding. So that takes us through this topic. Good luck, everybody, to prepare these materials, these proposals. And I think all feedback or questions are possible through the means which I already explained to you. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I think we are 12 o'clock. And I'm Robert Such. I work in DG Move Unit B3, working on urban mobility. And my topic today is to present very quickly the details for the component about multimodal passenger hubs. We don't have a lot of new developments and changes compared to previous years. We will still have studies eligible for support from CEF. We have technically updated most of all the list of eligible cities, or eligible urban nodes, to be in line with the revised TEN-T regulations. So Annex 2 will be the new list of eligible cities to apply, 431 urban nodes, compared to the previous ones. So we will have a lot of new applicants possibly interested in this part of the call. The new development as well, we will focus on aligning a little bit better. The part of the core text, the focus of the projects is to establish and improve the links, the connections between the urban nodes and the longer distance transport networks in the meaning of the TEN-T network itself. So what we understand here, and I think this is what is possibly of interest, we will have a Q&A on this one as well, that we would like to see that the connections and the transfer, the first and last mile connections and transfers between the node and these longer distance networks of people and passengers traveling in and out of cities is as easy and as smooth as possible. We don't specify distances for long distance, like for rail, so this is not, we don't differentiate between the distance of the connections. What we would mean here is that we have technically services that are leaving the functional urban area of the node itself, so connecting with the next node and beyond, obviously, because we are in TEN-T policy. As before, we have a requirement that the project should be supported by a sump, so we need an SUMP or of an equivalent plan. The sump requirement for urban nodes applies only by end of 2027, so we are not rushing this very clearly. So there is no change compared to the previous years. Very strong, obviously, we have a strong emphasis on accessibility for all users. So it shouldn't be limited. It should allow everybody to use this infrastructure. It shouldn't be limited in scope. We have possibilities to connect with the public transport, cycling, shared mobility solutions as part of a wider project. So these are not to be done or dealt with one by one separately, but as part of a bigger global project. And the main focus, I think this is what we had a few years ago, is that we are looking not for the line of the services, but the point where services meet, where linear transport services and networks connect. So this is the hub, which is a building, a station, a facility, the terminal where people change, where the multimodality takes place, and the passengers shift from one mode to the other. I think it's important to emphasize. And the next slide, please. A few topics to remember that for rail connections, it should be dealt with under the rail topics. So this is not part of this specific call text here. And buildings, as I explained before, should be limited, focusing on transport operations themselves, where the actual multimodality takes place, and then all the shopping areas, leisure, and so on are not part of the eligibility. Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katerina Chrysostomou, and I am the focal point for transport resilience here at CINEA, and I will present to you the topic related to transport infrastructure resilience. So the topic is open both under the general and the cohesion envelope, and is inviting for studies projects, works projects, and mixed projects with a relevant co-financing rate. Under this topic, we are looking for projects that will improve the resilience of existing transport infrastructure against climate change and/or natural disasters. The topic is broad. So projects under all modes of transport are eligible. Ports, airports, roads, rail, inland waterways, and the interventions should directly address the existing TEN-T transport infrastructure to improve its ability to adapt, to mitigate, to recover to disasters due to climate change and/or natural disasters. Natural disasters may include floods, storms, extreme heat waves, wildfires, or geophysical disasters, amongst others. And the projects may encompass activities that are related to the adaptation of the infrastructure, upgrades of the infrastructure, or the installation of smart monitoring systems with the objective to improve transport resilience. As in the previous years, there are two call requirements that we expect the applicants to address in their applications to demonstrate the high risks in case of no action, and then to explain how their projects are defined and implemented in accordance with the national adaptation plan or strategy of the concerned member states. Here, I would also like to mention that transport infrastructure resilience is explicitly mentioned under all calls. So, apart from proposals submitted under this specific topic, any project proposal may also include activities related to enhancing transport infrastructure resilience, but as an auxiliary element. So this is it from my side, and I give the floor now to my colleague Diego for the next topic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Diego Grippa. I'm Project Officer at CINEA and Panel Coordinator for the External Borders topic. The aim of this topic is to support actions adapting the transport infrastructure for the Union external borders, with the focus on accelerating external border checks. The projects that we aim to support with this topic are works, studies, or mixed projects aimed at facilitating the traffic flows for all land and waterborne transport modes at the border control areas at the Union external borders. The target of this topic is transport infrastructure, improving the connection of BCPs as well as the traffic streams at the BCP. We do not, therefore, finance equipment or border check facilities as a standalone project. We can, however, finance certain border check equipment, such as fixed devices integrated into the transport infrastructure, or smart AD solutions such as EQing, when they're part of a broader infrastructure project aiming at the better organization of traffic streams at the BCP. This topic is funded under the general envelope and has a maximum co-funding rate of 50%. On this topic, of course, we would expect the project submitted to be always coordinated across the border with the third country or associated country in question in order to have a project covering the overall improvement of the BCP and maximize the impact of the funding. Thank you, and we'll now pass to the part on the application procedure.
So excellent. Thank you very much. My name is Evan Mink, and I'll take you through the eGrants architecture, how to submit your application, but as well the first initial steps of the evaluation, looking at the admissibility and eligibility checks that your proposal will go through. So indeed, to use all of the information that you need to submit an application, you can find on the Funding Intenders portal. If you search for the call for proposals, you'll basically come onto the call searching page, and there you'll basically be able to use the filters to find our Connecting Europe facility, but also you can use the quick search to find your specific topic that you're interested in, be it inland ports, railways, or something under the CINEA Gen Call. When you do so, you'll reach the topic landing page. And I just want to point out here that all of the documentation that you need for your proposal can be found on this left side of your proposal, which include the core conditions, the core documents, but also, for instance, the other sections related to the FAQs. So I invite you to take a moment to look into this. At this moment, we're looking at the rail topic page. You can see that studies, works, or mixed proposals are accepted here, even if the topic ID rail only includes the works topic thereafter. It allows you to start your submission of your proposal. And when you're submitting your proposal, please note that everything that you submit must be relevant to purely the topic that you're submitting under. So, if, for instance, if you've applied under the railways topic, any of the activities that you're proposing need to be relevant to the railways topic. If that's not the case, because, for instance, some of the elements that you wish that's part of the project that you're applying for funding is relevant under the maritime ports topic or under the ERTMS topic, that basically means that you will need to split your proposal, and you will need to create two separate proposals that you're applying for funding for, and that each proposal will then afterwards be evaluated on its own merits against the topic conditions that they are applied for. And this is what we call twin proposals. And on the Part A, Section 5 of the application form, you can inform us that you've indeed submitted two twin proposals as part of your call. This is basically the next step. You've reached your submission. You've started the submission of a proposal. And then afterwards, what you will be able to see on the right side, on the left side, you basically see your data, deadlines, the call IDs. On the bottom left, you're able to download all of the application forms that are needed to submit your specific proposal. And then indeed, once you please use these templates and these forms in order to complete your assessments. And these are also the forms that on the bottom right you will basically be introducing, such as the Part B, your detailed budget forms, your letter of supports. Some of these elements are mandatory, such as Part B or the detailed budget table, timetable, grant, or letters of supports. Other elements may be mandatory depending on the project scope. And for that, we invite you to make certain that you check the core text, disability forms, that you submit the documents that are required for your assessments. That basically means that you're then afterwards going to start off with first defining your acronym. This is basically 1 to 2 key words. You have a 20-character limitation. And then afterwards, please draft a concise title in English, not all caps, which in 200 characters tell us what the proposal is going to be about. What's also important is how you define the description of your proposal. This is the abstract. And if we're looking at past proposals, what a good element of an abstract is if you start with a 3 to 5 sentence summary of your project and where you highlight to us what you're implementing or what the expected benefit is. This is important information that will also be used, so please be as factual as you can, avoid the technical language within your abstracts, and when you complete the abstract, please quantify the results of your specific proposal as much as possible. What is expected? Is it going to be the reduction of travel time? Is it going to be the improved safety, etc.? So if you look at an example of a past proposal which has been selected, what we basically see is the abstract, the acronym would be UCBI ROMD. This indeed is the shorthand form of the title, the Ungeni cross-border infrastructure between Romania and Moldova. And then the abstract, it tells us that indeed we're seeking funding for works for the upgrade of the cross-border area between Romania and Moldova at the specific border crossing point. And we completed the abstract with the main benefit of the project, which is increased capacity and safety of the traffic between Ukraine and the EU as part of the Solidarity Lanes initiative. New elements this year are the TEN-T corridor selection as part of the structured data in the application form. Given the fact that we have 9 core network corridors, you're basically able to select the new core network corridors as part of your application form. We're, however, asking you not to fill in the further transport mode, pre-identified links, and the type of links, and that these should be left blank. It will generate, once you validate the proposal, it will generate a non-blocking error, but it's in yellow, and this can be ignored for the submission of your proposal. A second new element is also the GIS encoding. We've introduced a new taxonomy for the infrastructure objects. And for this, you'll be able to find more information in the detailed user guides. Like in previous years, you can still visualize the TEN-T corridors on the map by selecting the overlay. However, the infrastructure objects are more detailed. And examples of these are shown here for the railway or for the maritime transport modes. You can now really identify what it is that you are seeking, what you're seeking financing for, be it a railway station, which is a specific point in your proposal. If you're upgrading a railway line, you'll be introducing a railway proposal line, or for instance, for larger infrastructure areas, you can see that for railroad terminals, you can basically still create polygons. And the same for the maritime alternative fuel points, a maritime link between two ports would be a railway line. And for areas within the maritime ports, you can use the maritime ports intervention. So we invite you to look at the detailed guidance where the different encoding options are available. Those look in the GIS module so that you're basically using the full data richness that you have in order to do the GIS encoding. After that, it's just a question of budgets. You're requested to introduce your budget in two forms. Once in the structured data, which is in part A of the application form, which you fill out online. But then also one of the annexes that you will be uploading is the detailed budget table per work package for actual costs proposals. Or if you're submitting a proposal under the ERTMS topics, you'll be using a calculator. If I very briefly show you what this looks like, it basically means that the detailed cost table you will be introducing in 6 iterative sections. It's an Excel sheet, which you're requested to download, complete, and re-upload. And you will start doing this by introducing information about the project, the work packages, and then per reporting period, per work package, how you're expecting these costs to develop over the lifetime of your project. And at the very end, there's a quick cross-check that you can see to make certain that the total cost and the EU contributions, what you have encoded per work package, matches the information in Part A. If we look into what you are encoding in the structured data in Part A, that basically here we will be encoding on the basis of cost categories. So we no longer care about reporting periods, but you will be separating the costs to us in terms of what type of costs your proposal has. And these can vary between the standard cost categories of personnel, subcontracting, and purchases. But we also have specific cost categories which may be applicable depending on your project scope. And these are the studies, D2, which you would use for any study elements within your proposal. Synergetic elements, you are able to apply for up to 20% of the total cost of synergetic element works. The outermost regions, in case your action is implemented in the outermost region, you can apply separately. And this has a co-financing rate of 70%. And under proposals submitted under the cohesion envelope, you also are able to request for funding for land purchases. There are finally 2 cost categories which we're asking you not to introduce costs under, and this is the financial support of third parties and the indirect costs. The encoding will look like this in your Part A form. The 5 boxes on the left are the standard boxes that you are using for subcontracting personnel and the purchases. Highlighted in blue is any study elements that you may introduce, and that has the studies co-financing rates. And then you also have the boxes for the outermost and land purchases. In the events, that basically means that in the events that you're submitting a project which is purely implemented in an outermost region, it basically means that you can ignore all of the other cost categories and introduce all of the costs of your proposals under outermost regions. And likewise, if you are introducing a proposal which is a pure study proposal under a works with mixed topics, that basically means that you should put all of the costs that are allocated to that study under the studies cost category in order to benefit from the 50% co-financing rate for studies. That being said, even if you're introducing all of the costs under this cost category, if your proposal is selected for funding, of course, we will at a later stage ask you to still split per personnel, subcontracting, and purchases. So your financial reporting should be accessible to provide this further detailed information. The only exception to this is proposals submitted under multimodal passenger hubs, and that's because as a studies-only topic, you'll be for this topic you'll be using the DSAT 5 cost categories. And then finally, SESAR. For SESAR Digital Sky demonstrator projects, your funding rate is set at 50%. But that being said, the call text provides for some form of some lower cost categories, because if you're optimizing the TMS airspace, your funding rate will be 30%. And if you're coupled with decommissioning ground infrastructure or otherwise, it's coupled with synchronization of aircraft equipage, the funding rate is 40%. That basically means what we are asking you to do is to look at the call text and find which funding rate is applicable to you. And when you are introducing your requested EU contribution, that you request a lower EU contribution in line with the specific topic and the specific particularity of your proposal. And then finally, ERTMS proposals. We no longer have we will not have there's no work packages for reporting periods. Instead, you're using a calculator, and that basically means that you inside the ERTMS calculator, you will need to record what your number of ERTMS units per participants are. It will basically show you in the output sheet what the maximum ground per participant it is that you are able to request funding for, and this is the information that you will then afterwards put in Part A. Having two different areas where you're introducing your budget basically means that this has an impact on how you are planning and structuring your proposal. What it basically means is that you should at all stages be able to report to us how you are going to structure your data. And it basically means that any costs that you are planning on claiming and reimbursing in the future, you should be able to attribute this under both approaches, under reporting periods, but also on terms of the cost categories. It also means that if you are creating work packages, that you should make certain that each work package has a single funding rate in order to avoid complexity in the financial reporting, such as that, for instance, if you have studies and works with 30 and 50% co-financing under the general envelope, have a separate work package for your studies and a separate work package for your works. And likewise, if you're using one of the additional cost categories, such as synergetic elements or land purchases, you basically create these as separate work packages so that these can be clearly attributable in the future as well. In the event that you have questions on how to prepare a proposal, and we will be having a dedicated FAQ info session at the end of this day. We do have published the general FAQs. If you go to the Funding and Tenders portal under the general FAQs, please make certain that you do not select a program filter, but then if you search for CEF Transport, you'll be able to find all of the general FAQs that we have published. And you can see here in red, you can extract that into a data set, and you can use these when preparing your specific proposal. For all of the topic-specific FAQs, so it's basically the FAQs that are only relevant to one topic, these you can find under the topic question and answers. We will be populating these in the coming days, also in view of the questions that have been asked today, and that you are able to only find these in the topic-specific pages. If you need help, these are the links that we basically provide: the online manual, the GIS user guide, the IT help desk. And if you have any specific call-related questions, you can contact us through CINEA Transport calls, but also there's an IT service desk for any proper questions that you may have relating to the eGrants architecture. We'll of course, be publishing all of the slides in the info day so that you can basically use these links as well. And what we've also provided here is a link to our CINEA website in templates and forms, because it also provides, in case your proposal is selected, it provides important information on GA preparation and implementation. So, if I would like to end this section with a couple of key messages, such as a checklist to submit an application. Make certain that you submit your proposal under the correct topic, as we will not be transferring your proposals. In case your proposal relates to the comprehensive network, make certain that you submit it to the comprehensive call, because otherwise we'll declare it inadmissible. Make certain that you complete the encoding in Part A with the administrative information of participants, but as well as the budget for all participants. That you take the time to go through the GIS data to encode the information, GIS information about your specific proposal, and that you include all of the information required for the assessment of your proposal within Part B application form. This application form is limited to 120 pages, and indeed anything additional that you would put in here would be made blank and invisible to any evaluators. Make certain that you upload all of the mandatory annexes as required for your call, and indeed that you use the forms that are provided inside the electronic submission system, as opposed to any forms that may have been used last year, which may have changed vis-a-vis a year ago. Your proposal itself needs to be submitted electronically via the funding and tenders portal. We will not accept any paper or email submissions, and the funding and tenders portal will close at 5 o'clock on that day. And at 5 seconds past 5, it's no longer possible to make any changes. As a result, we indeed keep highlighting that please don't wait until the last minute. Make certain that you've proofread it, because our evaluators are only able to assess your proposal on the basis of information submitted in your application form. And as a result, that all the key information is available in English. Some useful information: to submit a proposal, you will need to go to the participant registry and create a PIC before submitting the proposal. And then basically, if we're asking about who can edit the proposal, all of the contacts from the coordinating entity with full access rights can edit all parts of the proposal. For multi-beneficiary proposals, that basically means that if you're a contact from another entity, that basically means that you're able to edit the administrative parts from your form. You can read the other parts as well, but it's up to the coordinating organization to make certain that all the documents and all the annexes are correct, and so they're duly submitted. And then just on terminology, your specific proposal is what we call a project. It is synonymous to what's the term action, which is included in the CEF regulation. And that's an action is any activity which has been identified as financially and technically independent and has a set time frame. Your project itself will contain numerous work packages, and each work package is what we would consider a major subdivision of a project. So under step 1, this would have been the different activities. And for instance, you could have one work package dedicated to project management, so the separate activity dedicated to the creation of the detailed designs, and the separate work packages for the major works which are part of your specific proposal. And then indeed, every task, this is just again the subdivision of the work packages, you would have multiple tasks that all contribute to the performance of the specific work packages. So for project management, coordination meetings, the accounting, project monitoring. With that in mind, we will then afterwards move to the substantive evaluation of the proposal. So we're going to discuss the admissibility and eligibility. We will discuss the evaluation, and then afterwards the cost-benefit assessments. For the admissibility checks, what we're talking here is the admissibility checks that are defined under Section 5 of your call text. And what we mean with an admissible proposal is that it means that it has been submitted on time by the call deadline on the 21st of January, and that it includes all of the forms that are provided inside the submission system, and that all of the forms are there. And we're talking here about the Part A application form, which is indeed the administrative information about your proposal, your application form Part B, which is all of the technical descriptions of the proposal, what you're implementing, and your mandatory annexes. And the mandatory annexes for your proposal is, in every situation, the agreement of the concerned member state. And the concerned member state is the member state which will benefit from the project, not necessarily the member state where you are based, where you as an entity are based. Depending on if it's an ERTMS or on any other topic, your detailed budget table per work package or the calculator, as well as the timetable and Gantt chart for all applications. In the event that you are not known to us because you've not previously participated under CEF 1 or CEF 2 grants, or you are not a public entity, or you are a private, you're not a public entity or an international organization, we will require you as a private body to submit your activity reports and your list of previous projects for the operational financial capacity checks. And depending on your specific proposal, we will also ask you to submit cost-benefit analysis reports in the cash flow templates. My colleague Christoph will provide more information about these two elements of your proposal. And what we will also require for all applications is a completed environmental and compliance file, and we have more information about this in the FAQ shown, unless you're submitting a proposal under the ERTMS topic. The environmental compliance file, if I can just briefly touch upon it, consists of a cover page, which is the questionnaire that you see over here, which you should fill out and you should check to tell us what it consists of. Are you dealing with works mixed, or works or studies with or without physical interventions? But it also then afterwards includes 7 sections which contain the development consents, the compliance with the EIA, the sea, the habitats, the Water Framework Directive, as well as 2 declarations. And what's important to note is that these 2 declarations from member states must be submitted in addition to the cover page and the remaining questionnaires. If you submit to us only the declarations, but not the other remaining elements, that would not count as a duly submitted environmental compliance form. And that's indeed also the lessons learned that we found from previous calls, is that the environmental compliance form was not submitted or was incompletely submitted. And that's why we would really ask you to make certain, when you submit your application form, is to make certain that all of these elements that I just explained are included and are filled out, because otherwise, if they are not, your proposal would unfortunately be inadmissible. What we also have is sometimes we have applications which are implemented in numerous member states. In these cases, if you have works in these cases, please know that what you will need to do is that each member state will need to fill out their environmental compliance file for the works implemented in their member states, and that you as an applicant would then afterwards merge all of these files into one file so that the environmental compliance can be duly assessed during the evaluation of the proposal. Other lessons learned from previous calls on admissibility is that that certain applicants did not fill out the grant requested in the Part A of the application form, or there were inconsistencies between the application form in terms of budget, between what's introduced in the application form and what's introduced in the Excel tables. So we will ask you to make certain that these 2 forms of information match and that the information is there. In case of any inconsistencies, what would prevail is the application form Part A. What we've also seen in previous years is that the member state agreements have not been signed, either because a blank form has been submitted, or because wrong entity, a local public body, submitted the member state agreement as opposed to concerned member states. So please liaise with your CEF Transport contact points in order to make certain that you receive the approval and authorization of the competent and concerned member states. For CBAs, what we note is that it's important that the CBA you submit to us is actually for the proposal you're requesting funding as opposed to another proposal. We've had cases where the mission cash flow template or the simplified CBA calculator was missing, so take a moment to make certain that these documents are included. And indeed, missing activity reports or the list of projects if they're required for private bodies. And lastly, indeed, like Gantt chart, which was submitted to concerning a different body as well. The eligibility checks is basically defined under Section 6 of the core documents. And what we're meaning with eligibility checks is that the proposal is submitted by applicants, which are legal entities, be it public or private bodies, and that these legal entities are established in EU member states or a country associated to the CEF program. And in this case is for this call that is only Ukraine and Moldova. You are asking for funding for an activity which is described under the Section 2 of the contexts. You are also asking for financing for something that is geographically eligible. And that where here we mean that they are on the TEN-T network, being the core, the extended, or the comprehensive network, in line with the call that you are requesting funding for. So indeed, if you're seeking for financing under the core COEN call, that it is a project that is located on the core extended network. And finally, the duration of the project and the budgets. For works or mixed proposals, this should be 4 to 5 years minimum, and for studies it should be 2 to 3 years maximum, and that the end date is no later than December 2029. In terms of budget, we strongly recommend you to request no less than €1 million EU contribution. In terms of lessons learned, what did we see in previous years? If a proposal was submitted by a non-eligible country, it would be declared ineligible. If the proposal is not located or not connected to the TEN-T network, it would be declared ineligible. And indeed, errors in terms of the project starting or ending dates. So please make certain that this matches what is described in our call. Unfortunately, if a proposal is completely irrelevant to the project that it is to the topic conditions, we will also declare it out of scope. And indeed, as a result, please make certain that what you are seeking funding for under your specific proposal is very clear and is varying scope. And that our assessment will then indeed focus on your specific proposal and not the other elements that you're not seeking funding for currently in this part of the global project. With that, I hand the floor to Isabel, who will continue with the discussion of the lessons learned of the award criteria.
Thank you, Ever. Actually, I'm Isabel Royopla. I'm working with Ever in the self-evaluation team. And I would actually go through the award criteria. This is the part where your project is being assessed on the basis of Part B of the application form. And normally this process starts around February, immediately after we have the projects, the proposals being deemed eligible. For those that would be declared out of scope because they don't match the requirements of the topic, would be unfortunately rejected. You would receive by then, around February, towards the end of February, a letter communicating that indeed your project has been not accepted for further evaluation. Those lucky ones that would be passing the admissibility and the eligibility checks would undergo what we call the evaluation. And the evaluation has two parts. One that is the external and independent experts will look into, and then the phase where the services of the Commission will look closer on the basis of the input that the external experts provide proposal by proposal. Having said that, this is a process that it takes around 5 months. It would be more or less by the end of June, July, when the results would be concluded and then are presented to the CEF committee, who actually gives the green light. Those are the member states representatives from normally the transport ministries. And at that moment, when we communicate that to the member states, we immediately, the CEF evaluation team, informs the applicants about the results of the evaluation. Having said that, I'll pass to the award criteria. We have a scale. There are 5 criteria that are being evaluated by the evaluators. The pass mark on each of them is 3 out of 5. And then overall, you should also be able to reach an overall pass mark of 15 points. But I would say this might not be sufficient. And we know by now that there is high competition across the calls. Just to give you a number, under the COEN, what we call the cohesion envelope calls, we had an oversubscription around, in average, of 2.5, so 2 times 5 of the budget that was available, the indicative budget that is stipulated in the call documents. And under the general calls, we went up to 4 times the oversubscription. So of what was the budget available. So that's why when we are giving you advices, and please prepare a proposal that is aligned with the requirements that are in the call document, but notably for those that are here is where the award criteria is where you should pay attention and really make the best, so that you could be among those that will be ranked the highest and that will gain the best points, and then you would have the higher chances to be selected later on. So the first award criterion is priority and urgency, and here the evaluators, they really look and read the description of your project overall, and they see whether it's really contributing to the development of the TEN-T network, whether it's within the overall objective of completing the network. Can it be the core, the extended, or the comprehensive, or whether it's really under the other digital tools in which you intend to modernize a part of the overall TEN-T network. And we look also in particular for whether those projects were kind of mentioned or they are part of the corridor work plans of the European coordinators, and they are also along the ETC, the European transport corridors. So all these elements are really much look in this phase of the evaluation. Then there is another check. It could be that in the eligibility check, when doing, we kind of doubt whether a project could be fully eligible or not, and we allow it to go to the evaluation. And here is where they will look, because they are the specialists, the experts are recruited according to their experience and knowledge on the field, and they look very closely on the relevance, whether the project and certain transport investments would match fully the topic description that has been actually presented earlier by my colleagues. One thing that will rank very good for you would be that you really have something adding EU added value. And that is where your project clearly shows that meets and will contribute to the European objectives, meaning those that are set in the Green Deal or in the sustainable and smart mobility strategy. And in those are very much taken into account in this part of the evaluation. We also have a definition, what we mean by EU added value, according to the regulations. And this is when the project improves significantly the transport connection between the member states. And that case, that could also see that it has a higher value than just having an effects on the level of the local or regional national level. A classic example where the EU added values is secure is normally cross-border links between member states or now associated countries to CEF. Whenever your project has synergies with other CEF Transport, don't hesitate to put it in, include it, explain it, or if there is other European programs, it could be Horizon, that now we are going into deploying some solutions, so don't hesitate to mention these. And also, in order also to make a check against if there is any risk of overlapping of funding, notably for the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, because we might have some overlaps. And in that case, it's good that you declare it here together at the application form. In a later section, there is also another question in this regard. As it has been explained before by some of the speakers, is that we can also have synergetic elements. It has a specific column in the budget because it allows us to trace that you would only be having, in a work package as well, up to the 20% of the total eligible cost of the project. So in the case that this project relates, or this work package relates to another sector, meaning digital or energy, and actually improves significantly the benefits at the level of the socioeconomic, climate and environmental, then in such a case is also something that you would highlight it here together with a work package, a specific work package, and the budget, the cost categories budget in Part A. On the side of the urgencies, it has already said by Philippe before, they will look very much closely to the situation where the project is related to the situation that has been created by the unfortunate Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Whether it's linked or will contribute to the development and the smooth traffic along the solidarity lanes. Whether in a case it could be that a project is in a urban node, or that also a point that is one of the 100 climate neutral and smart cities. They are known by now. It's very easy. You Google and you will find them, those 100 cities that have been actually on the path to reach climate neutrality by 2030. A novelty of the year of these calls is that whenever you have a link on dual use, please state it also clearly that or any link that will enhance the military mobility as set in the action plan 2.0 of November 2022, also make an emphasis in your application. The second criterion has already been said before, maturity, and this is key. Maturity will actually be a decisive factor in the selection of projects. So make certain that whenever you say we will start by that date, that this is really true, because sometimes we face that in one part of the application it says one date, and then in the other it says something different, and it creates a bit of a confusion that the evaluators also start to wonder and start to actually doubt if this is a reliable application. So the technical maturity that is being assessed is when the evaluators will look at the realistic plan that you have been put forward, whether you can start and finish by that date. And it's not just on a statement. They really look into all the steps that are under your control that you have actually secured. They would, and in the application form, you have several boxes in which you need to state the necessary contracting procedures, where you go on a public procurement, or all the different permits that you need to secure before starting the works. In such a case, this procedural maturity, it's an important element that they look very closely. Financial availability, whether all what is needed to complete the CEF investment is already secure or not. So this is information that we want you to also tell us the truth. And then one aspect that we want to remind you, whenever your project is subject to the environmental impact assessment, the EIA, one condition that you should meet in order to actually have the minimum level of maturity is that the EIA report has to be already prepared by the project promoter, and following that the consultations have been properly carried out according to the EIA directive. And we don't require you that you submit or that you have already been granted the development consent that can come after, but at least these two parts, these two key steps, what we call, are actually met by the time that you submit the evaluation, the application. It has been said several times, the end date of the project should be by the 31st December 2029. Whenever you submit a proposal, the moment that you submit it in the system and you just finish, the cost of that project can become eligible. And in that case, you might have an interest to submit as early as possible, and we will be very happy that you do so that all the rights at the very end on 21st of January 2025 will be avoided for you. Having said that, whenever the evaluators look at the maturity, they also look whether there are work packages that go beyond the 31st December 2029. In such a case, they will not be considered if these go beyond that date. Quality. In quality, we look at three things. We look at the quality of the application, the completeness, so they would be having a look into whether the application overall is nice to read, so that they have all the mandatory annexes, that the environmental compliance file is all well complete, well explained, and that's the first check that they do and they assess. Then they assess the quality of the proposed project in terms that, voila, they have an implementation plan that is being proposed that is sound, with all the work packages being well defined and well established by sub-task whenever it's a big work package. Just a reminder, we also have experience in which we have a work package that has 80% of the cost, and this is an issue of quality because it has to be defined and break down in order to ensure the best project monitoring later on. That you have, or you have been thinking that you will establish some organizational structures for project management, that whenever you would face or that it could happen, some obstacles along the implementation of the project, that you have been assessing the risk together with proposed mitigations measures, that the communication, it's something that we are happy that you would actually be promoting CEF funding thanks to our grant, and that an aspect that is also comes is that the project investment will be sustainable. So you should also be providing information about the measures in which you would ensure the due maintenance of the transport infrastructure after the completion of the works. An aspect that we wanted to also remind you that for those projects, as my colleague said, we have those new private entities that will submit a proposal for the first time. They would be undertaken by us an operational capacity check. And this is something that will reassure the evaluators that you are competent enough to manage and to implement the project. One thing that we wanted to add this year is about the financial capacity check. Please read very, very well Section 7. because in there you would also see that only applicants that can have sufficient resources, financial resources, can be awarded funding. And there are all the explanations in this link that you can see here about what are the steps for the financial capacity assessment that would be undertaken on you whenever you would be given the award, you will be given the chance to prepare the grant agreement. Entities without financial history can apply for this course. There is no worries for that. However, they might be declared of weak financial capacity, and in order to protect the European Union budget, the agency might decide to have some mitigation measures, such as, for instance, requesting you a bank guarantee whenever you need a pre-financing during the implementation of the project. Third-party financial guarantees normally would not be accepted. However, it's at the discretion of the agency for case by case. The impact is where imagine that your project is based on a traffic forecast study, and this is something that we want that this will be the case, so that you are certain that the infrastructure that you would build will be used immediately after. So in the case that you have a works projects and you had an earlier study, don't hesitate to put information in this box. We will be assessing the socio-economic impact of your project, and there would be a closer look on whether your project is economically viable. Normally, we want to finance those projects that will last, hopefully, for longer periods, forever, so that they will provide a real service to the society. Other impacts that will be assessed very closely is whether you alleviate with your project congestion, traffic congestion, whether there is a modal split that is real, so that, for instance, whenever you are building a rail line, that this will actually make a shift from road to rail. So these kind of elements, you would need to develop a narrative. Hopefully you have an assessment earlier that you could easily recycle here and use the data to provide in this part of the application form. Could be safety, security. For instance, the case is quite clear for parkings, or that you really provide a better service to citizens or to freight transport, or that you alleviate the noise emissions. For study proposals, one aspect that we wanted to highlight to you, that we consider among all the studies that we might have, those that are submitted under the topics, whenever there is a study that will lead immediately to implementation, this is highly appreciated by the evaluators, because it's something that we want to finance, so that we will see later on that project will realize with works. Other effects, interoperability. We have several topics that's granted almost in terms of how they will enhance rail transport, the territorial accessibility into the TEN-T network. This is a classical example as well whenever it has a cross-border effect. Innovation and digitalization, we have examples. ITS could be one of those, SESAR, clearly. So you can develop all of this in this box. Whenever you bring a competitive market, thanks to your project, is something that is also to be reminded to include it here. And whenever there is regional and local development or a change of the land use, please do so. For those regions that are in outermost regions, and here we are mainly thinking from Portugal regions, it could be the case that they can also be having significant benefits. So please, whenever applicable, add it in. Under impact, you would also be asked to provide information on the environmental and climate impact, and on the climate resilience of what the project will contribute. And this mainly relates to these two boxes are used for those projects also that are subject to the EIA, to the climate proofing exercise. Therefore, you would need to explain to us how the project contributes to the climate change targets, how the climate change has been taken into account in the design of the project up to implementation, and whether they would benefit the reduction of air pollutants or any reduction that has been calculated on the greenhouse gas emissions. Any mitigation measures that are summarized in the climate proofing analysis should also be added here. And here what we talk about is have the greenhouse gas emissions calculations been taken in view to prepare this project? If so, is it part of the economic evaluation of the project? Have you thought about, for instance, what we call the energy efficiency first principle, and whether you are really contributing to the reduction of the emissions by 2050 that is set to 90% for transport sector? On the climate resilience, we advise you that you would look into the vulnerability assessment, normally is part of the climate proofing as well, and that, or if you have other assessments in which you identify climate hazards. So in there, please indicate the level of sensitivity of the project that you are proposing, as well as the location. Any adaptation measures normally are summarized in the climate proofing and can be also taken into this box. Climate proofing, as a reminder, is required for those projects that are subject to the EIA, for which the key steps, the previous two that I mentioned before, have been completed after 18 January 2023, and this is the coal closure by when it was implemented the first time last year. We have an FAQ, and this is the numbers if you want to have more info. Some tips for climate proofing. Please provide all the information. It's a matter also to look around. You might have in some parts of the environmental impact assessment address the information that we are asking you to make it more explicit. The cost-benefit analysis for those projects might have already the calculation on the greenhouse gas emissions, normally is part of the methodology. And we also encourage you to submit under the slot of the submission system other annexes, the summary of the climate proofing whenever you have it available, so that this is also taken into account by the evaluators. The last is the catalytic effect, and looks into how the CEF funding will facilitate and or accelerate the project implementation. If we compare to a project that will not have any funding, we have cases in which we really made a difference, and that where the project was really needing the funding and even the pre-financing to kick off the implementation. And this is the kind of situations that we want to see on the ground. The elements that evaluators will look into is whether during the assessment they will see that indeed this funding will overcome a funding gap, and that it will make the project sufficiently financially viable, we call it, in order to implement and to really cover all the high costs for this. It could be another effect of the catalytic effect that we look into is that it has a leverage effect on gathering other additional investments for your project. It could be that it triggers that then it makes it easy for you to gain a loan from a bank or from an institution, a financial institution, and there your investment plan will go quicker and it will help you to implement as much quick as possible for you. Another aspect is that we know very much whenever a stakeholder or institution might hear that you receive funding, they might trigger an interest and they might come accepting the implementation of your project. And this has happened as well in some projects where there was some difficulties for accepting initially a proposal. Later on, it come up by being a success, also because thanks to that, you would make it a project that is of higher technical parameters, or it's reach an excellent level of quality. Some lessons learned, I think during my presentation I anticipated some of them, but one that we have made it quite clear in the core documents this time is that the project management is up to 10% of the total budget, total eligible cost of the budget that you will propose. This includes, for instance, the project management that you have with us, the reporting, also the communication and dissemination whenever needed, and if you have any kind of follow-up meetings because you are part of a consortium with other participants. Work packages, and we want really to say it again and again, need to be very clear, and they need to really have sufficiently milestones and deliverables for a successful implementation and monitoring. So please make a bit of an effort to really break down your project. We know very much that sometimes you have constraints in terms of the definition because it's not sufficiently mature, but then this is shown into how you have put the structure of the project. If you have a work package that is divided by subtasks, whenever it's possible, within the description, you might indicate as well the cost associated. This helps for the evaluation in case of need to consider the funding of the most relevant parts of that work package. Again, whenever, and this is something that we observe across the board in the evaluation, is that when a project is too confident, saying that they will manage easily and overcome obstacles, it's a bit becoming a bit suspicious because they have not thought about mitigation measures. By now, we know very, very well that transport infrastructure projects are challenging and they have always run into risk, and this is something unavoidable. But if you have a serious plan and that you detail it very well in the application form, it already shows that you are serious about it, and therefore it's taken also in due account when being evaluated. That communications is underestimated, so it's not even mentioned that you would promote CEF funding. So these kind of things, it's also part of what we have been learning so far. Overall, there is a consistency across all parts, the description, the work packages, the timeline, the milestones, the budget. And they all need to be very clear, concise. They need to be making sure that what you say in one part is the same in the other. We have been observing cases in which in one part it was said we have the EIA completed, but then when we went to the ECF, we could already see that what it was completed, it just was a minor part. Therefore, please make certain that this is very coherent across all the documents from part A, B, and the mandatory annexes. With that, I'll close my part and I'll invite my colleague to present you on the socio-economic assessment for the projects that are subject to the CBA approach.
Good afternoon. My name is Krzysztof Dzięcielak. I'm the financial engineering advisor, and I take care of the coordination of the evaluation of the cost-benefit analysis. So about the socio-economic assessment of your project, it's another effort that you have to take care of, and we provided some tools doing this in the form of a cost-benefit analysis, which is an analytical tool to appraise the investment project and to include the social and economic aspects, which can be contributed to the project, and they contribute also to the objectives of the European Commission policies. So the requirement has been made proportional to the scope of the project and the value of the project, and there are 3 different levels of details that we require to be submitted with your project proposal. And this can be either a full CBA, a simplified CBA, or in some cases we don't even require the cost-benefit analysis. This mostly goes for projects that are in the area of smart interoperable mobility and AFIF projects which are we have implementing partners. For the simplified CBA, as you will see, it's the requirement mostly for projects that do not exceed 10 million euro value of works. For the full CBA, so the full cost-benefit analysis is required for projects that the eligible cost is above 10 million euro. And this threshold applies mostly to the work components of the eligible costs. And for the full CBA, we require a standalone document, which should be a minimum of 20 pages of length. And this document should provide various assumptions and describe also the findings of the analysis that you have conducted. In addition, a very important part is the CBA cash flow template, where the results of the cost-benefit analysis are implemented. We have created this template in order to harmonize the data provided by the applicants for their projects. And we also invite you that if you use some hard-coded data from your calculations, that you provide also some additional explanation and in the pages where you can paste it in. Contrary to the full cost-benefit analysis, the simplified cost-benefit analysis is for the project, is required for the projects for which the budget is below 10 million euro. And the most important aspect here is that we do not require, in this case, a standalone document and a report of 20 pages where we provide the assumption. The reason is that that we provide you with a simplified CBA calculator that includes some automatic calculations and require much less input to be provided by the applicant. And then the externalities and also the various externalities, also on the GHG emissions that have been mentioned before, and the monetization of time savings are calculated automatically, regardless of the fact that you are obliged to submit a simplified cost-benefit analysis. You are always invited to submit a full CBA if you wish to do so. Some important remarks on the simplified cost-benefit calculator. It's very important that it's configured in the correct way for this specific call. So there is a Excel sheet where you have to introduce the main important characteristics of the call. So to choose the sector, it will be in the transport, and you choose the way of the economic appraisal that's conducted is the cost-benefit analysis, and also you agree to the calculation of financial performance indicators. Another important aspect is that the simplified calculator, as it conducts various calculations which are done in an automatic way, they are included Visual Basic tools. But however, the portal where the application is to be submitted does not accept this format of Excel. So you have to make sure also that before submitting the simplified CBA calculator, you save it as a simple Excel workbook, and then all these macros will be removed and all your data remains in the document. So here once again an overview about the requirements for the full CBA or simplified CBA, where you see exactly that it's mostly the value of the works to be conducted within the project, and then some sectors that are excluded from the submission. If you have already submitted a project before in the past and it has been supported by CEF Transport, you can use the same CBA that you have originally submitted. However, for this case, there are two requirements. the main important requirement is that the new project that you're submitting the CBA for was already included in the scope of the original cost-benefit analysis. And another one, that there have been not significant changes that have occurred in the meantime. So it's various aspects of the scale, nature, and also technology to be used, and various conditions that are important for the cost-benefit analysis. In some cases, there's a lot of time has passed, and these factors might have changed significantly. So please make sure and verify if the CBA is still covering all these aspects correctly. If you decide to submit the same CBA, you have to confirm that these conditions are met and provide this justification also in the application proposal. The more practical aspects on the content of the cost-benefit analysis, we move smoothly to the CINEA guide on economic appraisal for CEF Transport projects. This is a part of the CINEA guide on page 24. And it provides the main steps of the assessment in order to correctly determine the scope of the project. There are three main aspects of the analysis. So the first one is that all necessary components are included in the project scope. The next step is that all interrelated dependent activities are added to the project scope. If you see that the project would not function on its own and it's related and it's dependent on other investments, they have to be also included in the analysis so that the whole project is functional. And also the effects on the wider transport network are included, as your project will have clearly an impact how it improves the network, the transport network. Some additional remarks on how to complete the simplified and the full CBA based on our experience from the previous calls and also analysis by the external cost-benefit analysis experts that evaluate your proposal. Please make sure, I think this has been already mentioned clearly also by Isabel, that it's consistent with the application form. So if you can also refer to the application form, if you have some additional information provided or calculations or demand analysis, traffic analysis and so on, you might have already some parts included in the application form, then you can also refer to them in the CBA document. You have to also provide some explanation for the parameters that you use, so the financial discount rate and the social discount rate. We advise some values to be used 4% for the financial discount rate and 5% for the social discount rate, but you can, of course, deviate if there are some reasons, and we will look into the valid reasons in the next slide. And please make sure that you have read the notice tab in the calculator and the cash flow template correctly. So for the full cash flow template, you have to copy the revenues from your financial analysis also to the economic analysis, so that the calculations can be made. And they should be, of course, the revenues should be based on a robust demand analysis. So the demand analysis is a very important aspect that we pay a lot of attention, because it's very often the reference that in the analysis we go back to justify the revenues. And another crucial aspect is that we require that an incremental approach is applied. So we have to clearly to distinguish the factual scenario, so the actual project that you are about to implement, and the counterfactual scenario. So the consideration either what would happen if the project would not take place, or if there would be another option to be considered, which was found by you less beneficial. And also to another point that we have also added recently, based on the experience, is to make sure that for the externalities that are included, so you use the correct signs in the cash flow template. the calculator. So for the increased externalities, please use a plus. For the decreased, please use a minus. It seems very obvious, but sometimes there are mistakes made. Also, another aspect is that for the information that you have somewhere calculated outside the templates, so the some hard-coded data, please use the free tabs to provide these calculations, and preferably so that we can also verify the calculations, how they go, not only implementation of the picture of the calculations. This has been found very important also by the external experts that evaluate the cost-benefit analysis, and they pay a lot of attention for the background calculations, the demand analysis, and also to clearly understand what is the counterfactual and how you accommodate the externalities in the economic analysis. So coming a little bit back to the financial discount rate, which we also refer to in the CINEA guide, you state which rate you use, and you have to provide some explanations on why you decided to use a different rate if you did so. So there, in case you exceed the 4% that it's recommended, you have to provide some evidence explaining why you selected it, and you should also indicate some calculations for the net present value based on the recommended discount rate, so that you can make also a reference and describe what is the difference if you use the standard one and what happens when you use the one you have selected. And also one of the issues that you can refer to in choosing a different financial discount rate in the recommended value is that you refer to the WACC, so the weighted average capital cost of your entity. In case that it exceeds your WACC, you should also provide some additional information why you use a higher rate than the WACC. And this can be also that you take more risk than your average profile. And you also should remember that the WACC should be a real rate. We also recommend you, once the cost-benefit analysis is conducted, to fill in the checklist. This is also an Annex 3 to the CINEA Guide on Economic Appraisal for CEF Transport project. We provide you here with the link to this document. And what is important in the checklist, we can have a quick look to some of the questions. It consists of 12 questions, and as you see, they referred to almost all of the aspects that have been covered by this presentation. So basically, the correct scope should be ensured in line with these 3 steps. 3.3 is the factual and counterfactual scenario, which are very important aspects in the analysis. The justification for the discount rate, especially when you use a different discount rate. And also demand analysis is found to be very important for the project, and provide a substitutional value for the cost benefit analysis. And also on the externalities, you can look also in the Handbook of External Costs of Transport, and you should also always look on the most important, relevant externalities for your project. So by checking the checklist, you can make sure that you have covered all the aspects that are important to a proper and sound analysis of the cost-benefit analysis. And if you wish so, you can also share this checklist with us. If you feel that you are afraid of sharing it, then probably maybe you should revise your cost-benefit analysis. Some guidance on the cost-benefit analysis is included in the CINEA Guide on Economic Appraisal, which I have already mentioned before, and as already Evert has provided you with the links to the frequently asked questions. And if you still have some questions, you can always contact us with the function mailbox. Thank you very much, and good luck.
So,
yes, good afternoon. And you have arrived at the end of this very long meeting. We will use the remaining oxygen in this room to tackle a few questions and answers, and I will do so together with Isabel. Please.
Indeed, actually, those interested applicants were able to submit questions via Slido. We closed Slido on Monday, close of business. And yesterday, we went through your questions and we selected some that you would now see through these slides that we will show. So the first question is under the Maritime and Inland Waterway cluster, and it relates to a very specific component of the maritime topic. So it's a key area extending beyond the key walls, really eligible for funding under these goals.
And the answer to that is no. The K area beyond the K walls is not eligible for funding. What is eligible is only the construction of the K walls as a basic port infrastructure, including the area on which the K walls are established. We really strongly recommend that you add a map in the proposal clearly showing the boundaries of the K walls, including the necessary area on which the K walls are established. And you will find some frequently asked questions where this is further explained.
In fact, this would be a question that will be published in the question and answers section of the topic page, as has been explained earlier by Evert. What type of investment would it be eligible for development of port capacities and facilities in relation to the transportation of the offshore wind farms?
So when we speak about offshore wind farms, we mean investments in basic port infrastructure again. So that may include turning basins, K-walls, berth, jetties, backfills, and other elements that are defined in the call, and infrastructure which is needed for the purpose of supporting the pre-assembly, transportation of components, and decommissioning of offshore wind farms. So if, for example, it is needed to build heavy K for the transport of wind turbines, or reinforcing an existing K, enhancing the deep sea berth, backfilling or land reclamation needed for the Ks and or berth, all this is eligible. The involvement of the maritime port in the transportation activities of the offshore wind farm elements, like the wind turbine commitment, and the need for the basic port infrastructure for those activities must be clearly demonstrated in the proposal. So you have to explain us why these investments into the basic infrastructure are really needed for the purpose of offshore wind farms. And again, I would invite you to consult the frequently asked questions, where you will find further details on these elements. Isabel, under VTMIS, the question is the other way around. For an inland port, which plans a proposal addressing vessel traffic systems, should it be introduced under VTMIS or RES?
Actually, those proposals that target maritime transport should be those proposals be submitted under the VTMIS, meaning the Vessel Traffic Monitoring and Information Systems. This also includes those proposals that are submitted by ports that geographically are located inland, but they are actually considered maritime ports in the Annex 2 of the TEN-T regulation, the new TEN-T regulation. Proposals which target inland waterway transport and port information services that are for inland waterway vessels should be submitted under this.
We have another question on inland waterways and inland ports, even two. First, what is a minor part of an inland waterway infrastructure project when we refer to elements of storage, transshipment facilities, and equipment?
We don't have a percentage to say how much it would be, how to quantify what is a minor part. But just to bear in mind that the project should focus on the transport investment, and it can contain fixed and mobile superstructure that complements the infrastructure project that will help to achieve the objectives of transport in inland waterways, and that it would prioritize above all the infrastructure than the superstructure. So overall, the main focus would be on the transport itself, more than just the aspects of storage, transshipment facilities and equipment. This would be at the level of an ancillary element within a proposal.
Very good. Then another question, could an inland waterways and ports proposal include digitalization elements?
Actually, indeed, they could, when the purpose is to ensure year-round navigability on those proposals that address enhancing the inland waterways transport, and in some cases could also be inland ports. Having said that, any other element of digitalization should be submitted under the risk topic, and this is whenever we talk about the implementation of the river information systems. For instance, whenever the project will aim to develop inland port information systems for the inland port single window, for the community systems and other relevant vessel traffic management tools that will overall enhance the traffic, the safety and the transport management of the 10T inland waterways overall. We will now move to SESAR. And here I have a couple of questions for you, Philippe. And the first is, how should a cross-border multi-stakeholder SESAR proposal be coordinated and led? We heard this morning by our SESAR colleagues the importance of having these multi-applicants proposals.
Yes, indeed, we very much favor coordinated projects. And as we speak about SESAR, we will not do without a few abbreviations, so bear with me. As stated in the call document for the SESAR CP1 topics, proposals must be coordinated by the SESAR deployment manager. So the coordination through the SDM, the SESAR deployment manager, is mandatory as there is the need for synchronization. For other SESAR topics, like the Digital Sky demonstrators for greener, more scalable and resilient ATM or other ATM projects, it is up to you, the applicants, to decide the governance you want to apply to your project, and therefore to decide which is the best entity to coordinate and to lead your project.
The next question is, are airlines or aircraft owners that decide to upgrade eligible for funding?
Well, the answer is simple. Any applicant fulfilling the conditions stated in the call document is eligible and can apply for CEF funding. So this includes, under the conditions mentioned, also airlines and aircraft owners.
We will now move to a railway part cluster. And here, one of the questions that we have received is the construction of a new rail freight terminal or the upgrading of an existing one something that could be considered eligible for funding?
Yes, it is. And under the rail topic, the railway infrastructure components, for instance, the siding tracks or the adaptations to have 740-meter trains of a new or existing rail freight terminal are eligible for funding. So when we speak about the railway infrastructure, this should be you should apply under the railway infrastructure part. This could also cover the connection of the rail freight terminal to the core and or comprehensive networks. Any other components, like the transshipment equipment, can be submitted under the topics for road and freight terminals. So the distinction should be made between the railway infrastructure, put that in the rail part, and the transshipment part, which is under the road and terminal. If the project is broken down, I mean, if your project concerns the two elements and you submit under the two respective topics, then we would kindly ask you to flag this in the application form. This is in part A, section 5, other questions, to mention there that this application is complementary or twinned with another proposal submitted under these calls in another topic.
Actually, what we do when we have team proposals, we allow the evaluators to have a reading of the other proposals so that we see that this is complementary to the other. The next questions are the following. Are railway connections to maritime or inland ports eligible for funding? And if they do, under which conditions?
Yes, so a railway connection to the port or inland port is eligible. And of course, this is the case if the concerned railway connection is part of the core, extended core, or the comprehensive network. So this includes the last mile connection as well. And now in the next question.
Would this be submitted under railways or maritime or inland ports?
So here we have to look exactly where the railways are constructed. If the proposal concerns sections which are located outside the perimeter of the maritime or inland port, then you should submit it under the rail topic. If it is exclusively within the perimeter, you should apply under the topics concerning the maritime or inland ports. If your proposal concerns the two, so infrastructure both outside and within the perimeter of the ports, you can submit either under the port topic or under the railway topic. And I have to add that proposals located both within and outside the perimeter of the ports, where the outside part of the rail line is not located on the core or comprehensive network, but ensures the last mile connection between the port and a TEN-T railway section, are eligible as well.
We will now move to ERTMS.
And I'm happy to ask you a first question here on ERTMS unit costs. Would it be possible to give a clear specification of urban nodes?
Indeed, because for the purpose of ERTMS topics, the definition of urban nodes is not exactly the same as, for instance, for the multimodal passenger hubs. Here the definition is framed within the administrative borders of the city. So it does not cover the urban area, and that we can find in the case of the other topic. Those cities, those urban nodes are listed in Annex 2 of the revised TEN-T regulation, and this is what they can claim as a urban node unit contribution when you prepare this within the calculator that you would need to encode in order to ask for your grant.
And of course, the list of urban nodes is considerably longer now with the new TEN-T regulation.
Mm-hmm.
A second question. Multiple configuration of rolling stock can require multiple prototyping. Depending on how many wagons and where locos are being put, can you confirm that these need to go through dedicated prototyping processes?
Let me go to the start of what is a prototype. A prototype is a vehicle on which ERTMS was deployed, meaning retrofitted or upgraded. That results into a type of authorization of that vehicle as foreseen in the directive on the interoperability of the EU rail system. You should check first with the relevant authorization bodies. This could be the European Union Agency for Railways or the national safety authorities to see to what extent a set of vehicles requires a separate type of authorization. Having said that, provided that such need also is duly demonstrated in the application, the respective vehicle will be considered a prototype. To be noted that a prototype vehicle with two driving cabs served by two individual ERTMS ETCS onboard units are entitled to 2 unit contributions, including one for prototype and the other for the serial. The type authorization of the vehicle covers the comprehensive authorization procedure which allows a simplified authorization process for the subsequent serial deployment of ERTMS on the same type of vehicles.
Thanks, Isabel. And last but not least, if we have previously received funding for prototypes, can we ask for funding for serial deployment?
Sure, you can. You can apply. Maybe you have already gained some funding, and you can now apply. If in the case it was for prototypes, you can apply for the serial deployment.
There's one more question on ERTMS, Isabel.
Yes. Yes.
Which goes as follows. Can a single project request CEF support for ERTMS deployment on a number of different vehicles, prototypes and/or serials, to be deployed with ERTMS baseline 3 by different system suppliers?
Yes, a single proposal can request CEF funding for ERTMS deployment on a number of different vehicles types. Can be prototypes, serial, to be deployed by, very importantly, with ERTMS baseline 3, and it could be by different system suppliers. It is to be noted that you need to ensure on the project completion that if you are awarded funding and then you gain a grant to be implemented, you must demonstrate the TSI compliance of the accomplished scope and that there is due traceability of all of it in the grant agreement that hopefully you might manage to sign. On the next question, it's more related to rail interoperability. We have a specific topic, the remit. And in that respect, would studies and works for implementation of the automatic train operation, also called ATO systems, be eligible for funding under remit, under removing rail interoperability barriers?
So here the answer is no. ATOs as a separate topic is not eligible under the REMIC topic. Automatic train operation over ERTMS as a part of a project addressing ERTMS onboard deployment, however, that can be presented under dedicated ERTMS topics of the CMOP Gen or the CMOP COEN call.
In the REMIT topic, would projects or proposals that are focused on harmonizing data exchange of both static and dynamic travel and data, traffic data for public transport be eligible?
Yes, so projects focus on harmonizing data exchange of both static and dynamic travel and traffic data for rail services, and this includes rail public transport, are expected under the CMOP Gen REMIT topic.
We will now move to the next block of questions that relate to road transport and multimodal freight terminals.
And the question, the first one is, what does clean transshipment equipment for intermodal loading units mean? Is this referring to cranes and reach stackers? What does clean mean in these cases?
Clean equipment means equipment that is used for the transshipment of intermodal loading units or bulk cargo in the context only of solidarity lanes that is based on zero emission fuel. Here we talk about electricity, renewable hydrogen, so that's the equipment that would be deemed eligible. Under this topic, only clean equipment allowing the transshipment of this type of load units might be funded. Funding might also be granted to supporting infrastructure of clean transshipment equipment, such as, for instance, and this is also clarified in an FAQ that we will publish soon, the electricity charging points at the terminal that the clean equipment requires. The acquisition of fixed equipment in the terminal, such as the acquisition of granted cranes, is also eligible for funding if it is based on the zero emission technology fuel.
Thank you, Isabel. A second question, could parking and rest areas be eligible in a project for a multimodal freight terminal?
only waiting areas for vehicles and containers are eligible under this topic. They are considered as part of the multimodal freight terminal that are being used temporarily to actually as a waiting area for the purpose of removing the traffic bottleneck that the terminal is facing. These waiting areas do not fall within the meaning of the safe and secure parking areas and do not include any auxiliary infrastructure such as, for instance, rest areas. Those kind of constructions would be part of the other topic on safe and secure parking.
Very good.
So moving to multimodal passenger hubs, Philip, would you mind to clarify the scope that is being given in the call in terms of the type of connection? So what is really meant by long-distance transport modes?
So, with pleasure, Isabel. Multimodal passenger hubs should allow connections between the urban node and the longer distance TEN-T transport network, extending beyond the functional urban area of the urban node. So what we basically are looking for are points where we connect local and regional traffic with traffic which goes beyond that. And this is irrespective of the definition of long-distance transport services as defined for transport sectors, for instance, in road or rail, etc. So you should indicate in the application how this connection of different types of transport, local, regional, and long-distance, how this is brought together in these multimodal passenger hubs.
Would you mind also to tell us a bit on the geographical coverage of an urban node that could be deemed eligible under this topic?
Under this topic, and this is different than the ERTMS topic indeed, here the urban node is an urban area for the transport infrastructure of the TEN-T network, including ports, passenger terminals, airports, railway stations, bus terminals, multimodal freight terminals, which are located in and around an urban area and all are connected with other parts of that infrastructure and with the infrastructure for regional and local traffic, including infrastructure for active modes of transport. So the urban node's geographical coverage may extend beyond the administrative boundaries of the relevant municipalities. So here the urban node area is going beyond the administrative boundaries. And this definition, again, applies for the purpose of the multimodal passenger hubs.
Excellent. Let's move to smart interoperable mobility cluster. And the first is the question, it's on ITS.
Yes, and the question is, are ITS projects on the comprehensive network eligible under this call? And of course, we're speaking ITS on roads.
Yes, projects can be located on the core, on the extended core, and on the comprehensive network, as well as on the urban nodes of the TEN-T network, where normally that deployment of ITS could happen. In case that there are some areas that are outside, technically speaking, of the TEN-T network, the applicants are encouraged, you are invited to actually justify the need and demonstrate the positive effects and network effects of the ITS because it's located outside of the TEN-T network.
Very good. The call document for the ITS topic indicates that projects related to the deployment of CITS should demonstrate cooperation with the C-Roads platform. What is the role and the nature of the C-Roads platform, and how can the C-Roads platform be reached?
Actually, the C-Roads platform is a joint initiative of member states and road operators that they work towards harmonizing and making the deployment of CITS across the EU as much as interoperable as possible. The role of the C-Roads platform is also addressed, and it was all mentioned by my colleague Pedro this morning, on the European CITS strategy that is also referred in the call document. how you can contact them. So basically, you can find the Sea Roads platform link on Google. We will also publish it on a FAQ, in which there is a website or a platform or a link where you can really express your interest to apply for CEF funding, and that you ensure that you have a synchronized proposal with them. Such cooperation overall is in order to ensure that the technical and the operational interoperability of the CITS services, the cooperative ITS, which seems to be, and it would be the future for smart mobility in Europe, that it's well secure across the EU. So that's why there is this mentioning in the call document. We will now move to the final block of questions that are of general horizontal nature, Philippe. And one of those are about the eligibility of participants. We have received some about are applicants and partners from Ukraine and Moldova eligible for funding?
Yes, they are. The call text clarifies that the call is open to third countries associated to CEF. Both Ukraine and Moldova are associated to the CEF, as shown in the list of participating countries, but those are also the only countries associated to the Connecting Europe facility.
Now that you talk about third countries, would it be other third countries eligible?
So normally applications from third countries not associated to CEF are not eligible. There's an exception, as this Connecting Europe facility allows for exceptional funding to entities from other countries, which can be exceptionally eligible for projects of common interest in the field of transport if their participation is considered essential for the implementation of the project. So if there's an intention to do so, the participation should be demonstrated by the applicant in the application, together with the approval of an EU member state, and you have to clearly show that this is essential. But I also would like to clarify that so far under the Connecting Europe Facility 2, so since 2021, we have not provided such support to entities in third countries.
Can private entities really apply for funding?
Yes, they can. Private entities can apply under any call. However, the project should lead to infrastructure that must be open to all operators on a non-discriminatory basis.
Now, on questions related to the proposal, such as what is the minimum EU contribution for a project?
So the minimum is stated in section 6 of the call text, where we say that applicants are strongly encouraged, and I underline strongly encouraged, to submit applications for projects with a total requested EU contribution to the eligible cost of no less than €1 million. And again, please, it should be more than €1 million.
Can project proposals for transport infrastructure include biodiversity elements as mitigating measures of works?
Yes, they can. This should be an ancillary element of the proposal. So any such measure should be required for the project implementation and detailed as part of the environmental impact assessment. So examples here are, for instance, on-site reforestation or specific infrastructure components, including noise protection barriers or allowing the safe crossing of animals. So all the things which are required by the EIA also are eligible as ancillary elements of the main project.
Now questions on cost eligibility. Philippe.
A question first is, can works carried out before the date of proposal submission but accepted by the applicant after this date be eligible?
No. The works are considered incurred on the date when the works were carried out. And please be reminded anyway that the period of eligibility for the cost will be fixed in the grant agreement. And generally, this is the date normally of the signature of the grant. but exceptionally it can be earlier. When you prepare the grant agreement with the project officer of CINEA, you would actually claim, along with what you have put in the application form, an earlier date, but it cannot be before the submission of the proposal. This is excluded.
Absolutely. But of course, you can submit earlier. You can submit as of now.
Yes.
Can works where the contract was awarded before the signature of grant agreement, but implemented during the grant implementation period, be eligible?
In this case, these costs are in principle eligible, provided, as I said, in principle, that they need to comply with the general cost eligibility conditions that are set in the grant agreement, that you also comply with the EU procurement legislation whenever you are subject to. So imagine that I intend to implement a design and build procurement. Would it be possible for me to apply for the study component only?
Yes, you can. So a procurement may typically be larger than the scope for submitted, which is submitted to CINEA for financing. So your project can always be larger than the elements that we are financing. In such a case, as part of the global project, you may describe the full project. Here it would be the design and works, but for the remainder of the applications, you should focus only on the elements for which you are seeking financing, in this case, the studies implemented within the larger procurement. The cost of the study component should then be clearly identifiable in the application and in the subsequent procurement and invoicing.
For works proposals only, are design elements as part of the design and build contract eligible then?
No, in this case, no. Studies are not eligible under exclusive work projects, as for instance the case of the topics of European maritime safety, maritime space, or the safe and secure parkings.
And now on the cost-benefit analysis, I think you have a question for me.
I do. The question goes as follows. My project is being implemented in 2 locations. Can I submit 2 separate CBAs, or should I submit one single CBA report including all activities?
You would need to submit one single CBA report to make it simple. The requirement on CBA has been explained earlier. It will always depend on the topic. So there are topics that are excluded, they are exempted for a CBA by default. And there are others that, if mainly works proposals that are above 10 million euros, they will require the CBA report. But in that case, it has to be just one, and it has to be also submitted together with the cash flow template. In terms of maturity, and this is our last question, for an application that relates to works, what are the chances of success if I have not yet obtained the development consent or the building permit?
So formally speaking, it is possible for us to select and finance projects which still need to complete the development consent or the building permit. But of course, such applications would have a relatively lower maturity. In such cases, the project should describe in Part B of the application form the expected dates to obtain the permits. There's one additional clear condition, however: if an EIA is required, works will not be selected if the key EIA steps, like the public consultation and the environmental impact assessment report, have not been completed. But let me be clear, we expect a lot of good applications from you, and the competition will be very intense. So projects which have a low degree of maturity have therefore also a lower chance of success in the selection process.
Thank you very much, Philip. I would just end this session. You have been with us since 10. Many of you that registered, we are very, very happy that you were all the way. If you could not, bear with us that you would have the recording available on the call page of CINEA website, so that you can really, again, listen what the specialists have said on the topics, on the priorities. we are extremely happy to count with a team of motivated speakers that came all along. Those are actually the specialists at CINEA and in DG Move that could give you insights on the topic that are published on all these 7 calls for proposals. And we need to thank them also for being with us. If you are happy or not, you are welcome to provide your feedback in this survey that is available. You just scan the code, and it would be very valuable for us to hear your views, your point of views on how it went. And with that, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Well, I would also, of course, thank all the colleagues before and behind the cameras that they have managed this very well. And of course, I look very much forward, together with all of you here, to a big number of very good proposals. We are really looking forward to your applications, because we are joined in the efforts to complete the TEN-T network. And this is one of the last chances under this period to get CEF funding. So we really encourage you to come with good projects, and we are looking forward to evaluate them.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.